Chapter 33-36. Xiao Hua sneered. Why would he care about Wu Qian's begging? He stretched out his hand again, and the soul-searching finger that could move the starry sky appeared between Wu Qian's eyebrows. This time, Xiao Hua did not hesitate and even said, I don't need your surrender, and I don't need your information. The things in your soul are far more reliable than the things in your mouth. Wu Qian's entire world was shattered, and it could no longer be restored. Everything about him had turned into a grayish-black color. Seeing Wu Qian standing there in a daze, not moving an inch, and Xiao Hua's outstretched hand flickering with a faint dark green radiance, the monkey-faced old man and the other bailiffs didn't dare to stay any longer. Each and every one of them forced themselves to focus and did their best to move their trembling legs, wanting to escape from Seven Suns Temple. Xiao Hua's eyes were tightly shut, and his face became increasingly serious and gloomy. A kind of killing intent was gradually emitted from his body. Seeing that the constables had already escaped from the Seven Suns Temple, Xiao Hua raised his hand, and the God Power Centipede came out from the space. Go! Xiao Hua ordered, kill him, and him. Woo! The God Power Centipede whistled and flew out from the Seven Suns Temple. In an instant, there were 4 blood-curdling screams outside, and the hysterical screams of the crowd. The demon is killing people. Amidst the panicked screams, the God Power Centipede quickly flew back. Its body was surrounded by black gas, and it was truly terrifying. Xiao Hua pulled his hand out from between Wu Qian's eyebrows and said coldly, I didn't expect you to be even more sinister than the mountain bandits. No less than 20 people have died in your hands. Today, I'll let you off easy. As he spoke, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the God Power Centipede flew over again. The 2 antennae in front of its head were 10 times sharper than scissors, and it flashed past Wu Qian's waist. After the cold light passed, Wu Qian's body still stood there quietly. Only the blood that gushed out afterwards showed that he had been cut in half by the God Power Centipede. This blood can't be wasted. Xiao Hua looked at it and sneered. He flew up again and used his hand to push the stone tablet that was half a meter deep into the ground. He forcefully pushed it several meters into the ground, leaving only about half a meter above the ground. It was just like an erect tablet. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and put his index finger and middle finger together to write on the stone tablet. This is the land of the Tao sect, only good people can enter. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Then he waved his hand again, and several streaks of blood-red light flew out from Wu Qian's body and painted the words on the stone tablet. The dozen or so words couldn't be said to be neat or calligraphy, but their bloody appearance was truly terrifying. Alas, Grandmaster Dao Shan. Xiao Hua sighed and walked to the main hall with light steps. He gently raised his hand and the originally tightly shut door opened with a soft sound. Xiao Hua walked into the main hall quietly as if he was afraid to disturb Dao Shan's rest. Although Xiao Hua had used his divine telekinesis to check on Dao Shan, he could not help but grit his teeth when he saw Dao Shan's miserable state with his own eyes. He saw Dao Shan sitting cross-legged on a praying mat and facing many memorial tablets. He was still wearing the new Taoist robe that he wore when he saw Xiao Hua. The white hair on his slightly drooping head was still neat and tidy. However, Dao Shan's hands were now clutching his neck. His neck was bruised and the marks of 10 fingers were extremely obvious. What Xiao Hua could not bear to look at the most was that Dao Shan's face was green and his eyes were wide open. An expression of disbelief lingered in his dead fish-like eyes. At this moment, Dao Shan's eyes were protruding, as if all the resentment in his heart was concentrated there. His tongue was slightly stuck out of his mouth, and there was a layer of light purple. There were actually 2 or 3 rice grains in his dried saliva. Xiao Hua shifted his gaze away from Dao Shan and his gaze fell on the shrine wall that was originally dedicated to the Tao ancestor. His gaze swept across the many old memorial tablets. Previously, Xiao Hua did not feel anything when he saw these memorial tablets. Now, it seemed to be divided into different categories. Each memorial tablet seemed to be mocking. It was the mocking of the Confucian cultivators to the Tao sect and the Buddhist sect to the Tao sect. Go! Xiao Hua waved his hand and a few wisps of flame flashed. He said coldly, Since you can't protect your disciples, what's the use of you staying here? Why don't you just go back? Even if you have the true body of the Tao ancestor, why do you need to worship the Tao sect's disciples when they are brutally killed? In the future, you might as well worship this Xiao. Seeing that the shrine wall of the main hall was slowly burning, Xiaohua turned around and waved his hand. He picked up Dao Shan's remains out of thin air, as if Dao Shan was still alive. He said indifferently, "Great Master Dao Shan, this Xiao knows that you died with grievances. You don't know why you ended up like this after doing good deeds for your entire life. Since the heavens sent this Xiao here, then this Xiao will answer this question of yours. Follow this Xiao. This Xiao will let you see what is called black and white, what is called retribution, what is called killing without mercy." After walking out of the main hall, Xiaohua placed Dao Shan's remains in front of the blood steel. Then he walked to the backyard. There were also several tens of pitiful Taoists who had the same appearance as Dao Shan. Even the few fine horses that Xiaohua brought were lying dead in the corner of the wall. Looking at this miserable situation, Xiaohua was truly furious. He really couldn't think of how Wu Qian could make the coroner conclude that this was a suicide. This was really inconceivable and impossible to justify. However, at the same time, he also understood that this so-called justification was only a kind of explanation to others. Since others didn't need an explanation, and no one would stand up for the pitiful Tao sect's disciples, there naturally wasn't any need for an explanation. Soon after, Xiaohua put away those rations. Then, his gaze fell on the corpses of these Taoists. Amitabha, Xiaohua pondered for a moment and released the Buddha's saraira. As soon as the Buddha's saraira appeared, it immediately gave rise to a heavenly phenomenon. A kind of unconcealable benevolence seemed to have materialized and spread in all directions. Not good. How could Xiaohua expect such an unforeseen event? He didn't have time to use the confrontation, divine ability, and hastily put the saraira into his mind palace. Sure enough, as soon as the Buddha's saraira disappeared, the heavenly phenomenon also disappeared. What is going on? Xiaohua was somewhat depressed. He was originally hesitating whether or not he should use the Buddha's saraira to transcend these dozens of Tao sect's disciples. Since this wasn't appropriate, there was naturally no need to use it. Moreover, it had been a long time since they were brutally killed. Even if there were vengeful spirits, they should have already dissipated, right? Rise. Since the Buddha's saraira couldn't be used, Xiaohua flew up. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes. He carefully comprehended the little bit of Buddha's seal technique that he had just comprehended. After that, he waved his hand. Boom! A loud sound resounded. As the earth and mountains shook, a deep hole several feet in size appeared on the ground. Disciples of the Tao sect, you can go now. I, Xiaohua, will redress your grievances and kill the culprit with my own hands. After saying that, Xiaohua sent the corpses of these Tao sect's disciples into the hole with a heavy heart and buried them one by one. After burying the Tao sect's disciples, Xiaohua took the carriage that he came in from the rear courtyard to the front of the main hall. He removed the shed and placed Dao Shan's corpse on top of it. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the Seven Sons Monastery. It was very chaotic. There were already many soldiers and constables surrounding the Seven Sons Monastery. However, none of them dared to barge into the Seven Sons Monastery. They only stuck their heads out and looked around while holding their weapons and shouting outside. Blood steel, ah, blood steel. Xiaohua stared at the bloody steel. I, Xiaohua, am not willing to stain my hands with blood. However, since someone dares to bully my Tao sect, I, Xiaohua, don't mind staining my hands with blood. Not to mention staining my hands with blood, even if I enter the depths of the netherworld's sea of blood. So what? I hope that the blood steel can wake up people who are blinded by greed. There is nothing in this world that can be covered up. In this world, there are also people who are not afraid of death and who are not afraid of evil. After he finished speaking, Xiaohua extended his index finger again and wrote the words, Xiaohua of the Tao sect, stroke by stroke under the blood steel. His handwriting was not familiar, but it contained the determination of that side. Because after these words, what Xiaohua had to face was no longer the carefree feeling he had in the past. What replaced it was a heavy burden and oppression. Perhaps there would also be endless pursuit. However, under this kind of choice, Xiaohua could not shirk his responsibility. The times create heroes. Perhaps this was another era where heroes would appear in large numbers. Soon after, Xiaohua waved his hand. The Pegasus, Little Black, and Little Yellow all flew out. Xiaohua whispered to Little Yellow and Little Black for a moment. The two little things turned into black lightning and yellow wind and rushed out from the backyard. Xiaohua pulled the Pegasus, faced the sky and roared. He let the Pegasus pull the worn-out carriage and soared into the sky. Lu lu lu. Following Xiaohua's roar, the Pegasus also raised its head and roared. As if it had sensed the anger in Xiaohua's heart, the worn-out carriage flew high into the sky. The Pegasus spread its feathers that were several zhang long. A glaring brilliance shot out in all directions. It was even more glaring than the scorching sun at noon. Under this intense brilliance, Xiaohua put his hands behind his back and coldly looked into the distance. He simply did not care about the hundreds of villagers who were prostrating on the ground and the hundreds of soldiers who were panicking. In Xiaohua's eyes, there was only the hatred of killing the main culprit, only the sorrow of the decline of the Taoist sect. He did not know that the Pegasus flight was already a leap in his mental state. It even more brilliantly opened a new chapter in the rise of the Taoist sects in the 3 continents. The Pegasus leaped through the sky and rushed out of the Seven Suns Temple. It did not fly towards the outside of the bronze pillars. Instead, it made a slight turn and directly landed at a place not too far away from the Seven Suns Temple. One could only see that this place was like a garden. There was a small bridge over flowing water. The sound of water gurgling could be heard. There were corridors and pavilions, and the lush greenery was faintly discernible. From time to time, there would be some scholars' robes and scarves swaying in the lush greenery. Their jade-like spirit and delicate appearance were all very handsome for a moment. Opposite the garden, there were rows of red walls and green tiles. The red walls were at least several zhang tall and extended for an extremely long time. There were also many green tiles inside. One could not see the end of them with a single glance. In the middle of the red walls, there was a door that was several zhang tall and several zhang wide. It was dazzling in gold and jade. On top of it, there were 5 words written in gold and iron: Bronze Pillars Imperial Academy. The real culprit who killed Master Daoshan was actually a scholar? Chapter 33-37. On the 2 sides of the gate, there were 2 strange beasts standing there majestically. One was a horse neighing at the sky, while the other was a strange beast that looked like a radiant beast but had a turtle shell on its back. Both beasts carried something on their backs. On the horse's back was a picture scroll, while on the strange beast's back was a red brush. Through the majestic gate, there was a straight and wide road inside the Imperial Academy. At the end of the road was another Confucian cultivator statue that was several feet tall. This Confucian cultivator statue was dressed in a simple Confucian robe. His forehead was protruding and his hands were raised in front of his chest. His hands were also holding a scroll and a red brush. Around the statue of the Confucian cultivator, along with the sound of reading from the Imperial Academy, countless amounts of clear air were emitted from the surroundings. They swam in the air above the Imperial Academy like fishes and revolved freely around the statue. Wave after wave of righteous energy spread from the Imperial Academy to the entire Bronze Pillar country. It was a peaceful and bright world. Unfortunately, this idyllic scene was suddenly shattered by the loud neigh of a horse. Not only did the orderly and righteous energy soar into the sky and rush towards the neigh of the horse, even the gazes of the students in the Imperial Academy were attracted by the neigh of the horse. When they looked over, what kind of scene was that? A radiance comparable to the bright moon fell from the sky. Within the radiance, there was a sacred Pegasus with its mane fluttering. On the Pegasus' back, there was a tall and skinny man standing solemnly. His face carried an aura of authority as he descended along with the Pegasus like a deity descending from the heavens. However, after the Pegasus, there was a tattered carriage that made everyone's eyes pop out. Even though the carriage was much brighter under the radiance of the Pegasus, everyone could tell that it was just an ordinary carriage. However, When their gazes turned to the carriage and saw Dao Shan sitting cross-legged with his head slightly drooping, they couldn't help but gasp. Everyone's heart was on alert. This descending from the sky was definitely not a good thing. It might be some kind of disaster. The students of the academy were not the only ones who attracted attention. On the way from the Seven Suns Temple to the academy and even further away, the citizens of the Copper Pillar country who saw the heavenly steed's brilliance all rushed towards the academy. Everyone wanted to know who was on the heavenly horse, and who was the one who died on the tattered carriage. Moreover, Xiaohua rode the heavenly horse down from the sky. Before he even landed, there were already dozens of divine senses that swept out from the academy. They were very curious and even warned him. Xiaohua ignored the curious divine sense, but he immediately countered the warning divine sense with a soul stab. This Confucian cultivator's divine sense seemed to have borrowed from the Tao sect. This soul stab technique was the old ancestors' club. After a silent contest, some of the divine senses quickly retreated. It was obvious that they had other plans. However, some of the divine senses hesitated. When Xiaohua's nascent soul-level divine sense swept over, these divine senses retreated. At the same time, within the academy, there were some figures moving. Many scholars and literary masters had begun to move. Xiaohua's face was still as calm as water. He followed the heavenly horse and landed in front of the Copper Pillar Imperial Academy. Looking at the crowd coming from all directions as well as the curious and surprised students, Xiaohua flew down from the heavenly horse and walked step by step towards the dazzling golden gate. As he walked, he said, "There is righteousness in heaven and earth." The academy is the place where righteousness gathers. People of the secular world can't distinguish the ghosts of the world. The students of the academy should be happy, read books, understand etiquette, know shame, and should keep themselves clean. Since there are students of the academy who knowingly broke the law and committed heinous crimes, this so-called Imperial Academy cannot escape. With such scum in the academy, what right does it have to educate the world? What right does it have to build a gate here? There is a saying in the world, if you want to be a whore, you still want to build a monument. How can there be such a good thing? Come, let this Xiao smash this chastity monument square that looks like gold and jade on the outside and rotten on the inside. As Xiaohua's voice boomed like thunder, and as Xiaohua walked step by step towards the entrance of the Imperial Academy, the expressions of countless scholars changed drastically. They had never encountered a situation where someone dared to destroy the entrance of the Imperial Academy. Even if the entire Bronze Pillar country was defeated, no one dared to invade the Imperial Academy. This was because everyone knew that even though the Imperial Academy and the Copper Pillar country were inextricably linked, it was still where the Confucian cultivators resided. Offending the Imperial Academy was the same as offending the Confucian cultivators. In the vast hidden immortal continent, who would dare to offend the Confucian cultivators? Xiaohua's actions of slapping them in the face were truly embarrassing. Clang clang. Numerous flying swords rang out. Pale green sword radiance rushed out from within the academy. Woo woo. Numerous whimpering sounds of the wind rose. Pale white righteous qi also rushed out from within the academy. Their target was Xiaohua. They all wanted to stop Xiaohua from destroying the archway. Unfortunately, Xiaohua simply did not care about these. He was only a few feet away from the magnificent gate. With a raise of his hand, the wishful steel staff appeared in his hand again. "Grow!" Xiaohua roared. "Destroy all evil in the world." "Grow!" Xiaohua roared for the second time. "Shatter all hypocrisy in the world." "Grow!" Xiaohua roared for the third time. "Clear all evil." With Xiaohua's thunderous roar, the wishful steel staff suddenly became more than 10 feet long. Under the angry wave of Xiaohua's wishful steel staff, it issued a buzzing sound and smashed the thousands of righteous qi in the surroundings, smashing towards the dazzling golden gate. "How dare you!" Several surprised and resentful voices could not help but shout out. The sword radiance and righteous qi that attacked Xiaohua hurriedly rushed towards the wishful steel staff. Rumble. Xiaohua's Tao sect magical power was not at its peak, but the power of his physical body was unaffected. Even after being tempered by the origin of the earth, his strength was even more boundless. This wishful steel staff was now as heavy as 10,000 caddies. How could a simple sword radiance and righteous chi block it? After a few deafening sounds, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff smashed into the gate with a bang. The gate of the bronze pillar State Imperial Academy that had stood for so many years collapsed. The sound of this collapse was far worse than the previous sound of fighting, but this collapse was far from being comparable to a fight. The eyes of countless students showed pain. Countless students' hearts were bleeding. The perfection in the minds of countless students collapsed. Countless students' faces showed indignation. The face of the Bronze Pillar State Imperial Academy was actually easily defeated by Xiaohua when a group of Confucian cultivators were caught off guard. Open! The wishful steel staff had indeed destroyed the gate. Immediately, Xiaohua did not stop. With a swing of the wishful steel staff, he destroyed the red wall and the strange beast statue near the gate, revealing a gap that connected to the academy. Then, with a wave of his hand, the Pegasus that stopped in the distance unfolded its wings of light and flew towards the gap. What kind of bear's heart and leopard's guts did you eat? How dare you destroy the gate of my academy and break through the gate of my academy? Do you not put us, the thousands of Confucian scholars, in your eyes? A trembling voice came from within the academy. An old man dressed in Confucian robes stepped on a flying sword. Behind him, two middle-aged Confucian cultivators flew out of the academy in a flustered and exasperated manner. At the same time, several cultivators dressed in Confucian robes also flew out from several directions of the academy with ashen faces. Xiaohua waved his hand and the wishful steel staff shrank to about 10 feet. He casually held it in his hand and smiled coldly. I am Xiaohua of the Dao sect. How dare you, Xiaohua? The old Confucian cultivator's face was clear, with a short gray beard under his chin. His square face could not hide his anger as he roared, Your Dao sect has long declined in the hidden immortal continent. We, the Confucian cultivators, have not cut the weeds and eliminated the roots. You actually dare to provoke the bottom line of our Confucian cultivators. Are you not afraid that we will eradicate your Dao sect? Ha! Xiaohua laughed as if he had seen the most ridiculous thing in the world. He pointed his hand behind him and said, Yes, my Dao sect has long declined. Therefore, every Dao sect disciple lives with his tail between his legs. Even the disciples who have never cultivated dare not make a loud noise for fear of attracting the attention of the Confucian cultivators. Look at the Dao sect behind Xiaohua. I don't know if you know him? This old man has never known anyone from the Dao sect. This Confucian cultivator could be considered reasonable. He didn't immediately take action to deal with Xiaohua. However, his cold and lifeless face clearly showed his disdain for Taoist disciples. Yes, you are high and mighty, educating the students in this academy and showing your majesty. How could you know this respectable old man? This old man had never read poetry, nor did he enlighten the people. However, he had been giving out porridge at Seven Suns Temple for decades. He would rather starve himself so that the child beggars around him could fill their stomachs. It was such an adorable old man that he had died so tragically and was even said to have committed suicide. Suicide, you see, you die like this for Xiaohua to see. Xiaohua said and pointed his finger at the ruins of the gatehouse. Your academy hides filth, and the gatehouse has been contaminated with filth. How can it be worthy of the remains of my Dao sect master? If this Xiaohua does not push down this gatehouse, how can Master Dao Shan face the statue of your Dao sect's saint? How can he state his grievances? That Confucian cultivator was stunned and sucked in a breath of cold air. Finally, he looked at the people who had already surrounded him. He exchanged glances and looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua, if you have any grievances, you can go to the Bronze Pillar State's government office to redress your grievances. Even if there are traitors in my academy who are involved in this matter, there should be a government office to investigate. You are only a Dao sect disciple. You have no right to interfere with the lives of others. You can't take revenge for this and push down the gatehouse of my academy. Moreover, This Taoist priest Dao Shan may be a kind person in your eyes, but that may not be the case in this old man's eyes. Although the bronze pillar state is not very rich, as long as one has a bit of strength, they will not starve, let alone become a beggar. It is because of people like Dao Shan who give them help that they don't need to pay, allowing them to reap without sowing, that they will have a lazy heart and not work, only knowing how to beg and be parasites. Chapter 33-38. Xiaohua was originally burning with rage and wanted to vent his anger on the Imperial Academy. If this old man had attacked him the moment he came up, Xiaohua would not have shown mercy. Even if he did not take this old man's life, he would definitely not let this old man off. Although his cultivation was not the same as before, he had many methods available to him. It should be easy to deal with this old man. However, the old man did not directly attack. Even if the academy's gate was destroyed, he still suppressed his anger and wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. Of course, putting aside the truth, just this attitude and self-restraint caused Xiaohua's anger to lessen. Hee. Xiaohua laughed coldly. Isn't the Copper Pillar Imperial Academy from the Copper Pillar Imperial Academy? Since it was your academy's students who did evil, can the officials of the Copper Pillar Imperial Academy make a decision for a lonely Taoist disciple? I don't know if they can make a decision or not. The old man's expression did not relax at all. He said word by word, but I know that if you don't put the law in your eyes and do whatever you want, what will happen to the world? Bullying the weak with the strong, getting greedy with greed, living in a precarious state? Humph, I forgot that you are a Taoist disciple. Naturally, you don't know what law is. You only know how to do whatever you want and not put the rules in your eyes. What you said is reasonable, but I also want to follow the law. Xiaohua had already thought it through in his anger, but there are people who use the law as a plaything and do illegal things with the hat of the law. Since the law cannot be controlled, then I will use the heavenly Tao and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. What right do you have to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? What right do you have to treat human lives like grass? Whether I have the right or not is not for you to judge. But I know that the people who treat human lives like grass are your academy's people. I will kill this academy's people on the spot and redress the injustice of my Taoist disciple. Xiaohua retorted, I am too lazy to talk about the specifics. The officials have already caught up. You can investigate in detail. Now that I am going to send Master Dao Shan to the saint, please step aside. Xiaohua, you keep saying that it was my academy's student who did evil. What is this student's name? Where is your evidence? Where are the witnesses and material evidence? The old man was enraged. You didn't know what was right or wrong and you destroyed my academy's gate. How can my academy let you off the hook today? Ha, what a good give up. I never thought that I would be able to give up today. The wishful steel rod in Xiaohua's hand shook, and he laughed. In the eyes of the government, what is the use of evidence? In the era where officials and bandits colluded, what evidence was there that they did not have? If I want to do something, why would I need to remove evidence? If I want to do something, I don't need any evidence. Then, Xiaohua pointed the wishful steel staff at the sky and shouted, This Xiao naturally knows who that person is, but if this Xiao says it, can you guarantee that he won't escape? Do you promise to hand him over to me? The academy is where the laws are. You Taoism cultivators don't have laws in your eyes, but the academy must have them. The old man said indifferently, Even if you reveal the identity of that evil thief, my academy will still hand him over to the authorities. It's not up to you to decide. In that case. Xiaohua's figure moved. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. This Xiao has already given your academy enough face, so it doesn't make a difference. Get out of the way. In front of this Xiao, if a person blocks me, I will kill a person. If a city blocks me, I will kill a city. If a country blocks me, I will kill a country. The old man's nose was crooked with anger. Xiaohua had smashed their gate. This was a naked slap in the face, and Xiaohua actually said that he was giving them face. Xiaohua, don't you think you are too arrogant? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? The old man sneered. Don't you see that my academy's thousands of students are already waiting? Do you want to rely on your own courage to challenge the order of my academy? Haha, yes, my strength may be limited, but my laws are also limited. Xiaohua looked up to the sky and laughed. This laughter seemed to be too much today, which really made Xiaohua angry. The indignation in his heart was difficult to express. But I have righteousness in my heart that can soar to the 9 heavens. Even if there are thousands of people, I will still go. I am stronger than people like you who are bluffing, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Before Xiaohua could finish his words, the old man's nose was already crooked with anger. After hearing these common words of Confucian cultivators, his body swayed, and his hand trembled slightly. Xiaohua, this old man knows that you have some Confucian cultivation, which is why I asked a few more questions. But you actually did not remember the grace of the Confucian cultivators in your heart, did not cultivate your character according to the etiquette of the Confucian cultivators, and even repaid kindness with enmity, and even slandered my academy. Come, let this old man see what kind of cultivation you have. Don't talk about tolerance, don't talk about cultivation, everything is just delaying. Xiaohua sneered. Do you think this Xiao does not understand? Since you all are delaying, this Xiao can also delay. You and I are the same. You. The old man was so angry that his beard was trembling. At this moment, a loud sound like a drum came from the side of the academy. A well-built cultivator holding a heavenly halberd in his hand flew over with a dozen youths, stepping on balls of clear light. Professor Hu, the entrance of my Imperial Academy has been smashed by someone. If you still have the heart, then why are you being so long-winded? Look at your side, what have you taught these brats to become? Each of them is listless and smacking their lips like slugs. Where is the aura of an academy? No wonder they are being bullied to the nose. Martial cultivator? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, thinking about what Fu Jiwen said at the auction, and looked at the man with interest. Vital energy surged around the muscular man, and an indescribable valiance emanated from the muscles on his arms. The heavenly halberd that was thicker than a fist made a whimpering sound as the muscular man flew, and it was quite frightening. The murderous intent in the muscular man's eyes was even more obvious. Xiaohua looked on coldly, and suddenly his eyebrows twitched. He glanced in the direction of the academy, and his slightly worried heart relaxed. The wishful staff in his hand also swayed a few times. Professor Dong, my Imperial Academy has always been a place of virtue. This Taoist cultivator dares to provoke us, and look at the tragic death of the old man in the carriage. There must be something fishy going on. If I don't ask clearly, how can I act? Professor Hu's Confucian robe fluttered without wind, and his anger from before was slightly restrained. Moreover, the culprit who humiliated my academy and destroyed my sect is right in front of me. How can I let him escape? Noisy! Professor Dong flew closer, and his leopard eyes looked fiercely at Xiaohua, and then looked at the gate that was destroyed by Xiaohua. He shouted to stop Professor Hu's words, and pointed at Xiaohua. You little brat, let me see what you are capable of. How dare you pluck the fur from the tiger's mouth? As he spoke, the so-called Professor Dong waved his thick left arm, and there was a fist-sized ring on his black furry arm. A tiger's roar suddenly sounded, and a gust of wind rolled up from where Professor Dong was standing. A 20 feet long, a few feet tall ferocious tiger appeared out of thin air, and demon clouds appeared between its 4 paws, and it pounced toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked on quietly, as if he was stunned, and did not see that the hungry tiger was already in front of him. Professor Hu, who was not far away, was reprimanded by Professor Dong, and he simply ignored it. He frowned slightly and waved his hand. A Confucian scholar from afar hurriedly flew over, and Professor Hu whispered a few instructions. That Confucian scholar hurriedly flew down, and headed towards the 100 constables in the distance. Just as Professor Hu finished his instructions, Professor Dong's tiger pet pounced in front of Xiaohua without any hindrance. The demonic wind was rampant, and it swept up dozens of feet around Xiaohua. Its bloody mouth emitted a foul stench, and it bit toward Xiaohua's upper body. It was as if it could bite Xiaohua in half in the blink of an eye. While everyone was watching, Professor Dong suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. However, in front of so many Confucian scholars, he could not shrink back, so he urged his body to rush over with the halberd in his hand. Evil creature. At this time, Xiao Hua seemed to have recovered, and with a light shout, his whole body was like a fallen leaf blown by the wind, leisurely floating, and extremely cleverly dodging the claws and bloody mouth of the hungry tiger. Even at the moment when his body missed, he casually swung the staff in his hand at the tiger's head. Woo! The sound of the wind was followed by a sound. Hungry tiger was hit by the staff, and blood burst out. He did not even have the chance to scream, and fell from the sky. Tabby cat. After Hungry Tiger, Professor Dong's figure naturally followed. He was already on the alert, but he never expected that Hungry Tiger would be killed by Xiao Hua's staff before he could even lift his sky piercer. Xiao Hua's attack was too ruthless, so ruthless that he found it hard to believe. So how could he bear it? After a sorrowful cry, a pale golden brilliance flashed around his body, and the halberd turned into thousands of golden lights, one by one, piercing towards Xiao Hua from all directions. This is my Dao sex method. You actually dare to make a fool of yourself in front of this old man. Xiao Hua laughed and the staff grew longer. Under the wave, 10,000 methods were destroyed, and the shadow of the halberd like mountains and waves was defeated. It rushed towards Xiao Hua and turned into a huge halberd. Boom! There was another loud sound, and countless students and constables could not help but cover their ears. The expression on their faces was numb with shock and a trace of pain. Looking at Professor Dong's halberd, the moment it touched the staff, it had been broken into 2 pieces. Professor Dong's bones were soft and his muscles were numb. He could not control his body and fell from the sky in an extremely embarrassing manner. What made Professor Dong feel ashamed was that although his body was weak as if struck by lightning, the true energy in his chest was still surging. Just as he was about to urge his true energy to fly out of thin air, there was a sharp pain in his mind, and he could not help but groan in a low voice. He held his head with his hands, and it was difficult for him to raise his true energy, and he quickly fell to the ground. Looking at the increasingly swollen green bricks and the gray ground clearly visible, Professor Dong's face could not help but turn red. Chapter 33-39. You only have the strength of a 2nd or 3rd level elemental force, and you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Not only are you not afraid of losing face as a Confucian cultivator, you are also not afraid of losing your tongue? Xiao Hua's cold sarcasm entered Professor Dong's ears and made Professor Hu gasp again. He looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. Yes, how could Professor Hu not know Professor Dong's strength? He was a famous fierce man in the Imperial Academy and had a very powerful tiger pet. Normal Confucian cultivators would find it difficult to deal with him. However, such a fierce man was not even a match for Xiao Hua. Did that mean that Xiao Hua had the strength of a 4th or 5th level elemental force? However, on second thought, Professor Dong came to a realization. Xiao Hua's big stick technique was a body cultivator's Dao. He was truly the nemesis of Professor Dong, especially when Xiao Hua killed Hungry Tiger with his footwork and figure. It was clearly a profound martial art. However, Professor Dong's methods were not like this. Professor Hu did not understand why he did not have a backup plan. Get out of my way, I can't be bothered with you accomplices. I still have to go to the Imperial Academy to find the real culprit. Xiao Hua waved his hand and the Pegasus moved again, following behind Xiao Hua. That was just a warning. If you don't respect yourselves, it won't be your spiritual pets that die next time. I don't mind staining my hands with blood and using your blood as a sacrifice to my Taoist disciples. I will use your lives to make Master Dao Shan close his eyes. Professor Hu heard Xiao Hua's words and looked behind the Pegasus. On the broken carriage, Dao Shan's head drooped and his eyes were frozen with fear and disbelief. He sighed in his heart and rushed to Xiao Hua on his flying sword. For the first time, he clasped his hands and said, Xiao Hua, you can seek justice for your Taoist disciples. I also want to seek peace for my Confucian disciples. You have the courage to face thousands of people, and I also have the courage to break and not bend. Come, don't hold back. If you want to enter the Imperial Academy, You have to run over me. Hee hee. Xiao Hua laughed coldly and waved the wishful stick in his hand. He shouted, "So what if I run over you? Today, I will trample all over your Imperial Academy and run over all your Confucian cultivators. I will not rest until I find the culprit." Professor Hu saw that Xiao Hua was not moved by his words at all. He looked around the academy and saw that it was already crowded. Not only were the students of the Imperial Academy waiting eagerly, even the villagers were crowding over. Their gazes were either filled with envy, eagerness, astonishment, or curiosity. If this was not the Imperial Academy, everyone would have cheered loudly. "All of you can come at me together." Xiao Hua coldly looked at Professor Dong and the two people behind him. "You are not my opponent." "No need," Professor Hu shook his head slightly. "Although you were able to defeat Dong Fei in one move, your strength is only at the second or third level of origin power. If all of us were to gang up on you, wouldn't we be bullying you with numbers?" "Up to you." Xiao Hua laughed coldly. "If you don't want to bully me with numbers, why did you set up a formation in the Imperial Academy?" Professor Hu turned his head to look at the main road of the academy. Indeed, there were hundreds of thousands of students standing in an orderly manner. Each of them was holding a brush and ink in their hands, or holding a scroll in their hands. They looked like they were ready for battle. He smiled bitterly and said, "It is better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. Immortal Shao has forced my Imperial Academy into a dead end. Every one of us is a member of the Imperial Academy. At this time, we naturally have to fight with our lives. One person is to kill, 100 people is to kill, 1,000 people is to kill." Xiao Hua waved the wishful stick in his hand and shouted, "Then I will kill you first. Professor Hu, be careful." The two Confucian cultivators at the side hurriedly reminded Xiao Hua when they saw how fierce he was. The wishful stick was disrupting the surrounding noble spirit. "The sword qi is in my chest, and the righteous spirit is in the heavens and earth. I sacrifice my body to the heavens and earth, and I am willing to use the noble spirit to shake the domain." Professor Hu let out a sorrowful cry. The sword qi around his body shone brightly. Thousands of noble spirit poured down like the Milky Way and rushed into Professor Hu's body. Then, it turned into a sword qi river and rushed toward Xiao Hua. It was the famous noble spirit river of the Confucian cultivators. "Come on!" Xiao Hua shouted. Without hesitation, he waved the wishful stick and rushed into the sword qi river. He said loudly, "I am a pillar of the Tao sect. I am arrogant in the long river. Your noble spirit and sword qi river are not as long as my stick." The flying swords were like a river. It seemed that every wave in the surging river was a murderous sword intent. It seemed that every trace of sword light could pierce Xiao Hua. This vision suddenly made everyone's eyes flash with hope. Whether it was the secular people or the students of the academy, they all longed for this river-like flying swords to kill Xiao Hua, who had provoked the academy, and they did not doubt that Professor Hu had such means. Even though this river of flying swords was continuous and unending, and it was mixed with a righteous aura and possessed unrivaled courage, but in the eyes of a Taoist sect cultivator like Xiao Hua who'd witnessed the might of the sword transformation technique since a long time ago, it was truly insufficient. If Xiao Hua's magical power was still there, he was afraid that he would not have to pay attention to this sword qi river. He could have used the killing spirit Yuan light to instantly take Professor Hu's life. Or he could have used the thunder attracting technique. Thunder flow against the sword qi river. Let's see who was stronger. Unfortunately, at this time, Xiao Hua could not use his Buddhist cultivation. He did not dare to reveal his devil realm cultivation method. The soul cultivation method was slightly weaker, so he could only use the wishful steel staff. Although there was only one wishful steel staff, Xiao Hua's hands danced. Balls of golden light flashed, like a pillar between heaven and earth that could not fall. No matter how many flying swords rushed over, they were all shattered one by one, turning into fireflies that disappeared in the wind. How is this possible? While everyone was shocked, Professor Hu was also astonished. "My noble spirit river is condensed from noble spirit. Can ordinary iron actually hit it? Xiao Hua's hand, is it an immortal weapon?" Yes, Professor who had only seen flying swords blocked by weapons. He had never seen any weapon from the hidden immortal continent that could block the noble spirit. Moreover, Xiaohua's weapon did not have any magical power fluctuations. It seemed that he did not use any Taoist technique at all. Professor Hu was surprised. His momentum was weak, and his noble spirit was also slack. At this moment, Xiaohua's Taoist robe flew again, and he roared, "Eat this Xiao's staff." As he spoke, the wishful steel staff suddenly lengthened. Although Xiaohua did not show any Dharmakaya, the wishful steel staff fell like a mountain, shrouding the area around Professor Hu. The great spirit that was flowing in the air immediately solidified. In the eyes of everyone, Xiaohua was no different from a god. Not good. Facing the wishful steel staff, Professor Hu's heart trembled. He hurriedly raised his hands, and dozens of sword lights flew out from his hands, turning into a sword net, trying to block the wishful steel staff. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden qi, which also turned into a small sword, catching up with the sword net first. Hiss, golden qi gathering. Xiaohua did not understand the power of this small golden sword. He only felt that this small sword vaguely contained a kind of obscure fluctuation, which was more powerful than the sword cultivator's small sword or Mo Jianli's small sword. However, the students of the nearby college were all people who knew what was good for them. Someone had already cried out in surprise, "Professor Hu has cultivated to the realm of golden qi gathering." Golden qi gathering? When Xiaohua heard this, he immediately thought of the so-called 5 qi gathering. He unconsciously sneered, "I don't care what golden qi gathering is. Wood qi gathering. Under my Dao sect's magic, everything is illusory." Woo! The wishful steel staff did not slack off. Ka-pa-pa! Dozens of crisp sounds were heard, and the sword net was smashed into pieces. King! The sound of the sword resounded through the sky. The small sword of golden qi gathering was still defeated under the force of the wishful steel staff. Although it was extremely dim by Xiaohua's attack, it was still able to escape from the wishful steel staff and rushed into Professor Hu's mouth. Professor Hu's face was ashen, and he could hardly stand still in the air. In particular, the wishful steel staff fell like a mountain, and he had already smelled the breath of death. Seeing that the shadow of the wishful steel staff had already shrouded him, Professor Hu suddenly felt the true qi in his chest boiling, and a long-lost heroic spirit rushed into his heart. Although his body was like a withered branch swaying in the wind, his eyes were like an awl, looking straight at the falling wishful steel staff. He smiled and said, "In my life, there is a beginning and an end. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? Grandma, I didn't want to kill you at all. Aren't you making me lose face by yelling like this?" Xiaohua even had to find definite evidence to kill Wu Qian. How could he kill Professor Hu for no reason now? At this time, when he heard Professor Hu's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could others understand Xiaohua's thoughts? The two Confucian cultivators next to Professor Hu were shocked and were about to urge their true qi to save him. At this time, a clear voice sounded without the slightest bit of smoke and fire. "Xiaohua, since you don't have the intention to kill, why are you so aggressive?" This voice seemed to be in his ear, but if he listened carefully, it seemed to be in his heart, as if he was talking to himself. Xiaohua was shocked and unconsciously released his divine sense, shouting, "Who is it?" Who knew that there was no abnormality in the place where the divine sense passed, and the others didn't feel anything. Even Professor Hu was still facing death. How could Xiaohua not know that he had met a master? "Hey, who said that I don't have the intention to kill?" Xiaohua sneered and said, "Today, I will let you see the thunderous means of my Dao sect." With that, the wishful steel staff, which had been somewhat stagnant, once again slammed down with the sound of wind and thunder. In this gap, everyone seemed to understand something, and they all exclaimed, as if they were worried about the fate of Professor Hu. "AI." The voice sighed, and Xiaohua suddenly felt that there was a quagmire under his wishful steel staff. Although there was no great force, the seemingly endless winding force wrapped around the wishful steel staff. Looking at the other side of the college, a tall and thin figure similar to Xiaohua, wearing a blue robe, slowly flew over. Chapter 3340. Oh! When Xiao Hua saw the person appear, his divine sense immediately swept over again. Who would have thought that it was exactly the same as before? He couldn't see the person's shadow at all. Xiao Hua was surprised and on guard. This Confucian cultivator was the first cultivator he had seen since he came to the hidden immortal continent that he couldn't even detect with his divine sense. However, when Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and saw the person clearly, the surprise in his heart became even stronger. Because the person's clothes were not only a rare light blue Confucian robe, but his hair was also strange. It was not the bun of Confucian and Dao cultivators, nor was it the bald head of a Buddhist monk. Instead, it was the kind of hair that was 3 inches long. Not only did it cover the forehead, but it also covered most of the eyebrows, almost close to the eyes. What made Xiao Hua most uncomfortable was that the person's skin was white, his appearance was extremely handsome, and he had a childish baby face, far younger than the average Confucian scholar. In particular, his eyes were narrow and looked very small, but when he looked around, his sharp gaze was like a sword, and his lacquered eyes were like stars. Such a handsome figure made the conceited Xiao Hua feel threatened. What kind of appearance did he have in the eyes of a group of female cultivators? Xiao Hua didn't know how the person blocked his wishful steel staff, but he really didn't have the intention to kill Professor Hu. At this time, he took advantage of the situation and shrank the wishful steel staff to a length of a few feet. He waved it in front of his eyes and pointed it forward, coldly saying, "Where did this little boy come from? When the adults are talking, what right do you have to speak?" "Greetings, Minister." Just as Xiao Hua's voice fell, the group of Confucian cultivators and students all bowed and shouted in unison. Their voices were obviously much louder than usual. It was so noisy that Xiao Hua's earwax fell a lot. Xiao Hua sneered, the wishful steel staff in his hand retracted and resentfully carried it on his shoulder. He put a finger into his ear and said to himself, "It's just a stinky bag, what's the use? I'll beat you to death in a while and let you show off." Although the tone was full of threat, Xiao Hua himself may not be able to hear the jealousy in the words. "Get up!" The judge flew closer. His starry eyes landed on Dao Shan's corpse and then looked at the collapsed gatehouse. He waved his hand and said, "What happened? Why are the Dao sect's fellow immortals so angry?" Seeing that this judge was far from being as delicate as he looked, seeing that he didn't fly into a rage when the gatehouse was destroyed, and instead asked questions without the slightest bit of anger, Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. He knew that he wouldn't be able to fight today. However, he didn't pay any attention to this judge. He glanced at him and didn't say anything. Xiao Hua had already told him about Master Dao Shan's matter once, so there was no reason for him to waste his saliva again. "Honorable Judge." Professor Hu hurriedly flew to the front and bowed respectfully. He recounted what Xiao Hua said and what he did. Finally, he pointed to the constables on the ground and said, "I have already sent Professor Sun down to ask in detail. Now we have the answer." The judge nodded and swept his gaze. The so-called Professor Sun, who was ordered to go down, hurriedly flew up and was about to report in a low voice. Who knew that the judge raised his hand and said, "Sun Exon, the Imperial Academy is the backbone of the Bronze Pillar Nation. We have always been the role model of righteousness. Every word and action of ours has to face the heavens and the earth. It's better to speak louder so that everyone can hear clearly and understand." "Yes, Honorable Judge, I understand." Sun Exon nodded and said loudly, "I am Sun Exon of the Imperial Academy. I have just asked the constables of the Yamen. Just today, in the Seven Suns Temple at Shiluo Ridge, 21 Taoists died for unknown reasons. Constable Wu Qian received the news and brought Coroner Zhua Hong and 20 other constables to the Seven Suns Temple. After the coroner's investigation, other than Dao Shan, there were 20 other Taoists. Their hands were all strangling their own necks. The finger marks on their necks were exactly the same as their own fingers. There were no other fatal injuries. The other constables checked the surroundings of the Seven Suns Temple and did not find any traces of outsiders entering the Seven Suns Temple. Furthermore, no one heard any special sounds from the Seven Suns Temple last night. Therefore, Constable Wu Qian ruled out the possibility of homicide. His initial guess was that the Seven Suns Temple was invaded by evil spirits during the night of the Zhongyuan festival. These 21 Taoists were possessed by evil spirits and strangled themselves to death. When Constable Wu Qian arrived at the Seven Suns Temple, other than the corpses of the 21 Taoists, there were 4 other Taoists and a Confucian scholar. However, Constable Wu Qian did not see any traces of the 5 of them spending the night at the Seven Suns Temple. Furthermore, from what the 5 of them said, they participated in the auction at the Zhai Xing Lu of the Bright Moon Lane. Therefore, the 5 of them were also ruled out as suspects. At this point, Sun Xian looked at Xiaohua again. He hesitated slightly before continuing. Just as Constable Wu Qian was about to report this matter to the magistrate and ask the authorities to investigate again, Xiaohua of this Tao sect suddenly descended from the sky and had a verbal conflict with Constable Wu Qian. However, Constable Wu Qian did not mind. He only explained his judgment and the situation at the Seven Suns Temple to Xiaohua. At that time, Xiaohua did not say anything and left with the 4 Taoists and the Confucian scholar. Constable Wu Qian originally wanted to keep the 6 of them. However, considering that the 6 of them were indeed at the Zhai Xing Lu when Dao Shan died and this matter had already been confirmed by the Zhai Xing Lu, he did not stop them. He only ordered his subordinates to hurry back to the prefectural magistrate to report this matter while he stayed in the Seven Suns Temple to prevent any abnormalities from happening. In just half a meal's time, Xiaohua returned with a stone pillar that was over 100 feet tall in his hand. Not only did he kill Constable Wu Qian, Coroner Zhua Hong, Constables Wang Tingyue, Zhang Chang, and Su Hongxi, he even destroyed the entire murder scene at the Seven Suns Temple. Dao Shan's corpse was brought here by him and the corpses of the other 20 Taoists were buried in the Seven Suns Temple. Currently, the main hall of the Seven Suns Temple had been destroyed and a blood stele that was about a foot tall stood there. On it was written, "This is the land of the Taoists. Those who are not good should not enter. Otherwise, kill without mercy." Xiaohua of the Taoists. After he finished speaking, Sun Xian looked at the institute judge and said seriously, "This is what I heard from the officials. I dare not add another word to it. I hope the institute judge can retract it." The institute judge waved his hand and said plainly, "I understand. You may leave." After Sun Xian moved to the side, the institute judge looked at Xiaohua and said, "Fellow immortal Xiao, did you hear it clearly?" Xiaohua laughed coldly, "It's not like I don't have ears. How can I not hear it clearly? What was the reason for you to return and kill?" The institute judge asked curiously, "Could it be that you have found out something in this half a meal's time? Since you have found out something, you should have reported it to the prefectural magistrate. Why did you kill him privately?" "For you," Xiaohua retorted, "I have told you the truth. Can you redress the grievances of the Taoists? Can you hand over the real culprit hidden in the academy to me? I am the institute judge of the Imperial Academy, Du Ming. My courtesy name is Shan Jun. You can call me Professor Du." The institute judge replied word by word, "If you have solid evidence that can convince me, and even the students and Confucian scholars present, I can naturally arrest anyone in the academy and hand them over to the officials. However, you are not an official and cannot replace the laws of the Bronze Pillar country. Therefore, I cannot hand that person over to you." Xiaohua looked at Du Shan's handsome face and suddenly thought of Zhang Qingxiao. He really doubted that there was anyone in the human race who could give birth to such a child. When he heard Du Shanjun's question, he replied plainly, "Professor Du. Professor Du. All right, since you claim to be a professor and not an institute judge, then I will give you face. Previously, I have already promised in front of Master Dao Shan and the 20 Taoists that I will personally kill the real culprit. Now that you have promised, I will believe you this time. I hope you will not disappoint me. Thank you for your trust, fellow immortal Xiao." Professor Du straightened his back and pointed to the surroundings. There are no less than 1,000 people in front of the academy. There are students of the Imperial Academy, people from the officials, and most of them are ordinary citizens. The teacher once said, "Guarding against the mouths of the people is more important than guarding against the river. When the river collapses, many people will be hurt, and so will the people. As long as you tell the truth, even if I wanted to cover up my embarrassment, I would still have to consider the mouths of the crowd. Even if I don't care about my reputation, the Imperial Academy still cares about our reputation. We, the Confucian cultivators, still care about our reputation. All right. Before Xiaohua could open his mouth, hundreds of women and girls screamed at the same time. Xiaohua didn't know when they had gathered under Professor Dou's body. Each and every one of them had a dazed look in their eyes, as if Professor Dou could make them take off their pants with just a smile. Xiaohua looked at him in annoyance and said, "This Xiao just came to Copper Pillar Country last night and hung out at Seven Suns Monastery in Shiluo Mountain Range. Because this Xiao wanted to participate in Zhai Xinglu's auction, I only saw Great Master Dao Shan at Seven Suns Monastery. I immediately brought a few Taoists to Bright Moon Lane. When I returned to the Seven Suns Temple this morning, the tragedy had already happened. Before I could ask how Master Dao Shan died, Wu Qian said that Master Dao Shan and the rest strangled themselves to death. Who would believe such a ridiculous conclusion? Furthermore, Master Dao Shan and the rest strangled themselves to death. They had hands. But what about the horses that I brought with me? Did they also use their hooves to strangle themselves to death?" Boom. The group of students did not speak, but the villagers roared with laughter. Yes, the villagers knew more about livestock than the students. Not to mention that the hooves of the horses could not be used as hands. Even if they had hands, the neck of the horses was so big that it was impossible for them to be strangled to death. I already felt that Wu Qian's words were strange, but I still chose to believe it. Xiaohua said innocently, "That was why I wanted to leave with the few Taoists. When I left the Seven Suns Temple, I met someone who knew about it." Chapter 3341. Who is this person? Why didn't Immortal Xiao bring him along? Professor Dou frowned and asked, Why should I bring him along? So that you can silence him?" Xiaohua laughed coldly. This person didn't say much. He only said that he saw someone enter the Seven Suns Temple in the dark, and he vaguely saw Wu Qian nearby. "You returned to kill Wu Qian just based on this?" Professor Dou was even more dissatisfied. Xiaohua laughed coldly again. "Do you think I'm that kind of person? If that's the case, I should have searched Wu Qian's soul when I saw him." "Searched Wu Qian's soul? You searched Wu Qian's soul?" Professor Dou's expression changed. "That's right. If I didn't search Wu Qian's soul, how would I know that he knowingly broke the law and brought a few constables to the Seven Suns Temple? If I didn't search Wu Qian's soul, how would I know that he broke the law and accepted Jiang Wenhao's bribe to give the West Conk Ridge to the Jiang family? If I didn't search Wu Qian's soul, how would I kill Wu Qian, Zhuo Hong, Wang Tingyue, Zhang Chang and Su Hongxi? Why didn't I kill the other constables at the Seven Suns Temple? If I didn't search Wu Qian's soul, how would I dare to bring Master Dao Shan's corpse to the Bronze Pillar Academy?" Xiaohua's every word shook the surroundings. Every word caused the faces of the students to change. After he finished speaking, not to mention the hundreds of villagers who were stirred up, even the students looked as if they were about to die. That's right, Xiaohua was a Taoist disciple, and a weakling in the hidden immortal continent. If he didn't have such solid evidence, how would he dare to provoke the Confucian Academy? If he didn't know the filth within, how would he dare to bring Master Dao Shan's corpse to the Imperial Academy? But if what Xiaohua said was true, this would be a huge humiliation to the Bronze Pillar Imperial Academy. Not only would the academy be destroyed by Xiaohua for nothing, but its countless years of reputation would also be destroyed. Sigh. Professor Dou sighed and shook his head. "Immortal Xiao, you are too reckless. Even if Wu Qian and the rest are guilty, the Bronze Pillar Country's magistrate should be the judge. You have no right to disregard human life. You should report it to the government. Especially, who knows if you searched Wu Qian's soul? Who knows if you're telling the truth? We don't have the testimony of Wu Qian and the others either. You have no evidence, so how can this old man and the others say anything?" Bronze Pillar State Magistrate? What a big government! Xiaohua laughed heartily. "Not just the governor of the Copper Pillar State, even if it's the Copper Pillar State, even if it's the Yu Province, even if it's the entire hidden immortal continent, none of them are worthy of this Xiao's report." Perhaps you have the right to be arrogant. Professor Dou didn't mention the shortcomings of the Taoist sections. Instead, he explained, however, the Seven Suns Temple is in my Bronze Pillar Nation. Wu Qian is also a subordinate of the Bronze Pillar Nation's magistrate. This matter has to go through the magistrate. Dou Shanjun, Xiao Hua sneered. This Xiao thinks highly of you and has already given you face by telling you the cause of the matter, as well as the name of the real culprit. Why are you not going to arrest Jiang Wenhao, but are here to argue with this Xiao about Wu Qian's death? Could it be that you want to arrest this Xiao and bring him to justice? Jiang Wenhao is the descendant of a Confucian family in the Bronze Pillar Nation. He is also a well-known figure in the Imperial Academy. Even I have heard of him. Professor Dou replied plainly. Therefore, you don't have to worry. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. At this point, Professor Dou grinned and mocked himself. This Dou's words are blasphemous to the Buddhist sections. I hope that the eminent monks of the Buddhist sects will not take it to heart. Wow! Another group of women exclaimed. They were obviously very satisfied with Dou Shanjun's modesty. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't pretend to be profound. Xiao Hua was even more unhappy as he said coldly. Professor Dou didn't mind and smiled. What I mean is that immortal Xiao doesn't have to worry about Jiang Wenhao escaping. Even if he escapes, there is still the Jiang family. If he really did such evil deeds, not to mention me, even the Imperial Academy will not let the Jiang family off. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and praised. Just based on what you said, I will temporarily let go of the Imperial Academy's teacher statue. Professor Dou's face turned slightly cold when he heard this. He said with conviction, I will definitely give you an answer regarding Jiang Wenhao. But what about the Imperial Academy's gate? How are you going to give me and the Imperial Academy an answer? Is the dean the dean? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. Professor Dou was stunned and replied casually, Of course not. If you are not the dean, why should I give you an answer? Xiao Hua laughed. After the Jiang Wenhao incident, you can consider this matter again. Hee. Professor Dou laughed coldly. I would like to see how you are going to give the Imperial Academy an answer, how you are going to give the Confucian cultivators an answer. After he finished speaking, Dou Shanjun raised his voice and asked, Where is Jiang Wenhao? When Xiao Hua mentioned Jiang Wenhao, there were already scholars in the Imperial Academy who sent out students to look for him. Xiao Hua had already released his soul awareness and locked on to this person. Just as Xiao Hua expected, when Jiang Wenhao heard that the Imperial Academy's gate was smashed and that Xiao Hua had brought Dao Shan's corpse to look for him, he panicked and ran out of the Imperial Academy in a hurry. However, he only left for a short while before he turned back. After he turned back, his expression was much calmer. Obviously, it was as Professor Dou said. Even if Jiang Wenhao ran away, the Jiang family of the Copper Pillar Nation would not be able to escape. Instead of panicking, it was better to face it calmly. Xiao Hua saw how panicked Jiang Wenhao was and was already confident. Therefore, he was not worried that he would not be able to give the Confucian cultivators and the Imperial Academy an answer. Not long after, Jiang Wenhao came in a hurry with a scholar. Looking at the handsome man whom he had already seen at the academy last night, Xiao Hua despised him from the bottom of his heart. What a waste of such a good appearance. That's right, this Jiang Wenhao was the scholar that Xiao Hua had seen before, the scholar that was proficient in Qiwenzhong, the scholar that used a brush to add the finishing touches to the lotus lantern. Even at this moment, the two whiskers at the corners of the scholar's mouth were still slightly curled up. Those seemingly ordinary eyes were still deep and profound. Although flying in the air and standing next to Professor Dou somewhat obscured his elegance, it seemed that the two of them complemented each other, making them even brighter for a moment. Student greets Dean Dou. Jiang Wenhao bowed to Dou Shanjun and said respectfully. Professor Dou smiled and waved his hand. Stand up. Do you know the reason why I asked you to come here today? Yes, I have already heard about it. Jiang Wenhao nodded and looked at Xiao Hua. This Taoist senior may have misunderstood. I have some dealings with Wu Qian from the government. However, because of family matters, it did not involve any personal relationship. Furthermore, the Seven Suns Temple in Shilua Ridge is a property of the Taoist sect. As a Confucian cultivator, how could I go there? As for what Senior Shao said about murdering old man Daoshan and occupying the property of Shilua Ridge, that is even more false. My Jiang family is also a Confucian family and is famous in the Bronze Pillar country. How could I do such a thing? After saying that, Jiang Wenhao turned to Professor Dou and said, Dean, Senior Shao may have been too angry. This student doesn't dare to blame this senior. As for what is right and wrong, I hope Dean can make the decision and clear my name. Where were you last night? Professor Dou asked directly. This. Jiang Wenhao was terrified and hurriedly bowed. I am in the wrong. Please punish me. Professor Dou's face turned cold and said in a low voice, If you have committed such a crime, how can I forgive you? Jiang Wenhao hurriedly smiled and said, Even if you give me 10 times the courage, I would not dare to do such a bad thing. Last night? At this point, Jiang Wenhao clenched his teeth as if he was going to throw caution to the wind. He said in a low voice, Last night, after I added the finishing touch to the lotus lantern, I went to the Red Chamber with 3 to 5 friends. Red House? Professor Dou frowned and immediately understood. Although his face showed embarrassment, he was obviously relieved. He shouted, Tell me, who did you go with? Yes. Jiang Wenhao's face was flushed red as he said a few names. Following Jiang Wenhao's voice, a few young students also flew into the air from within the academy, their faces abnormally red with embarrassment. Professor Dou snorted and said, You all can leave. From today onwards, don't do your homework. Wait until this matter is over and I punish you. Yes. Jiang Wenhao and the others bowed and were about to leave. Xiao Huan narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at Jiang Wenhao's performance. Only now did he open his mouth and said, Wait. Jiang Wenhao, let me ask you, do you know Kong Lifeng, Quan Chong, Ji Miao, and Lu Wujie? Jiang Wenhao, who was already about to leave, clearly trembled. But when he turned his head, his face was filled with surprise and bewilderment. He said to Xiao Hua, Senior Xiao, this student naturally knows these 4 people. They are the martial masters that I temporarily hired a few days ago for the Jiang family's matter. Furthermore, last night, the student had terminated his employment with them. Oh, that's right, I also have the contract that was drawn up 2 months ago. If Senior does not believe me, I can let the dean take a look. Jiang Wenhao emphasized the words, temporarily hired, and terminated my employment, very clearly. Then, he took out a piece of paper from his bosom and handed it to Professor Dou. Taking advantage of the time when Professor Dou opened the contract, Jiang Wenhao respectfully said to Xiao Hua, Senior Xiao, Dao Shan's death and the tragedy at Seven Sons Monastery made me feel grief and indignation. However, even if the real culprits were Kong Lifeng, Quan Chong, Ji Miao, and Lu Wujie, it has nothing to do with me. Oh, let's take a step back. Even if I didn't coincidentally terminate my contract with these 4 martial masters yesterday, it is still their own actions and has nothing to do with me. If Senior wants to find someone, you should find them. Chapter 33-42. Xiao Hua could not be bothered to talk to this beast in human face. He ignored Jiang Wenhao's humility and waited quietly for Dou Shanjun to finish reading the contract. As expected, Professor Dou waved the contract in his hand and said calmly, Immortal Xiao, I have finished reading the contract and did not miss a single word. The 4 people that you mentioned have indeed terminated their employment with Jiang Wenhao. Just as Jiang Wenhao said, even if they killed the 21 people from the Seven Sons Temple, it had nothing to do with Jiang Wenhao. The most important thing is that Jiang Wenhao was not at the Seven Sons Temple last night but at the Red Spectre House. If you do not believe me, I will send someone to call the manager of the Red Spectre House over and ask him to testify. No need. Xiao Hua coldly glanced at the seemingly innocent Jiang Wenhao and pointed at the wishful staff in his hand. Professor Dou, this Xiao will ask you one last time. Can you hand this guy over to this Xiao? Impossible. Dou Shanjun took a step forward and stood in front of Jiang Wenhao. He replied calmly, Jiang Wenhao is a student of the Imperial Academy. I cannot hand him over to you just because of a false accusation. Now that Jiang Wenhao has proven his innocence, I naturally have the obligation to protect his safety. Ha! Xiaohua laughed and pointed at the statue of the teacher in the distance. Since you all want to protect him, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will bring the remains of Master Dao Shan and kill my way to the statue of the saint. I will ask him personally, how did he educate the students of the Imperial Academy, and how he will give me a satisfactory answer. Although Xiaohua looked confident, he was a little worried. Since Dou Shanjun was a judge of the Imperial Academy, his strength was at least at the level of a scholar, which was equivalent to a level 3 or level 4 elemental energy. It was similar to the Taoist sect's advanced Aurus core stage or nascent soul stage. Now that Xiaohua lacked methods, his overall strength was inferior to Dou Shanjun. Xiaohua did not have the confidence to win against Professor Dou. At this moment, Professor Dou furrowed his brows and coldly said, "Xiaohua, I respect you for daring to challenge the Imperial Academy over the death of an old man. However, this does not mean that the Imperial Academy can be bullied by anyone. The sequence of events has already been made clear. This matter has nothing to do with the Imperial Academy. If you continue to cause trouble like this, you're really doing it on purpose. I can't help but suspect your motives. Furthermore, I will not allow you to barge into the Imperial Academy again. It doesn't matter if you doubt me or not. This Xiao's motive is the same as the truth of this tragedy. There is only one reason. All the flowery words and all the excuses will not be able to cover up the truth." Xiaohua waved his hand and the Pegasus let out a long neigh. It spread its wings and followed Xiaohua step by step towards the Imperial Academy. "How dare you!" Professor Dou let out a furious roar. Instantly, the noble spirit within a 3-meter radius around him exploded. Hundreds of hurricanes whizzed out in all directions like tiny pythons. Woo! Xiaohua faced it directly. The fierce wind column was like the tail of a poisonous snake hitting his body. Xiaohua did not even lift the wishful staff. He just walked forward lazily with his hands folded. The professor's probing method was really not enough for Xiaohua. Dao Sec's methods are indeed impressive. Professor Dou's slender eyes became even more slender. He praised, raised his hand and said loudly, "Students, previously, when Dao Sec's immortal friends came to barge into the Imperial Academy, before we figured out the reason, we could not act rashly. We could not bully them with numbers. Now, everything has come to light. Dao Sec's immortal friends still want to barge into the Imperial Academy. This is a provocation to the Imperial Academy, a provocation to the Confucian cultivators. Therefore, we must work together to resist the Dao Sec's invasion. Listen to my command, 100 Seed Book Array. Spread the name of the Imperial Academy and protect the legacy of the Confucian cultivators." Yes, after Professor Dou, the students who were lined up neatly in the Imperial Academy shouted in unison. Then they waved their hands. Some of them held scrolls, some of them held ink brushes and started to recite poems. In an instant, rays of green light flashed above their heads. First, they condensed into words. Then, they attracted each other and condensed into lines of poems. When there were more poems, they formed into articles. These articles hovered above the Imperial Academy. Along with the chanting of the students, not only did they make sonorous sounds, but they also absorbed a lot of noble spirit and caused the green light to shine. Rise. After Professor Dou gave the order, he raised both of his hands and opened his 10 fingers slightly. A very strange force was produced from his hands, urging the noble spirit. It was as if the hand of a nascent soul was pinching towards Xiaohua. How can such a weak force be a match for Xiaohua? Although Xiaohua was very puzzled by this strange force, since it was similar to the hand of a nascent soul, why would Xiaohua be afraid? He sneered and still flew up. He waved the wishful staff in his hand and shattered the hand formed by the noble spirit. Professor Dou's face became serious again. His body flashed with a spiral vortex and countless noble spirit rushed into his body. Then, layers of green brilliance were produced from the soles of his feet and rushed to the middle dantian in his chest. Poof! Professor Dou's face flashed with green light. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green gas from his mouth. A particle the size of a thumb rushed out. Wood essence gathering. Wood essence gathering. Although Xiaohua didn't understand, the group of girls who worshipped Do Shanjun were obviously very familiar with Professor Do and had already shouted crazily. Wood essence gathering. Xiaohua's eyes were bright, staring at the seed that seemed to be condensed from wood essence. He was very curious about what this wood essence gathering would do. Buzz. The dark green seed let out a rumbling sound. It was like a magic treasure, and countless noble qi in the surroundings rushed towards the seed. The more noble spirit there was, the brighter the seed became. Then, it unexpectedly grew in midair and turned into a sapling. In the blink of an eye, the sapling swelled again and a python-like vine appeared in front of Xiaohua. Ah, so it's like this? Xiaohua laughed and waved his hand almost without hesitation. More than 10 fire talismans rushed towards the sapling like moths to a flame. Do Shanjun sneered. Around the vine, a layer of strange isolation appeared in an instant, trying to block the fire talismans outside of the vine. Explode. Xiaohua laughed and activated the spell in his hand. Boom boom boom. Several fire talismans turned into huge fireballs and shattered Professor Do's defense in the blink of an eye. Professor Do obviously didn't expect Xiaohua's fire talismans to be so powerful. He was shocked and hurriedly urged the vine to move. It had to be said that Professor Do was the dean of the Imperial Academy. His strength was obvious to all. Just as Xiaohua's fire talismans broke through the defense, the vines that were previously as thick as an arm had turned into huge vines that were almost 10 feet long. They were like hundreds of violent horned dragons, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced toward Xiaohua. One could imagine, in the eyes of the thousands of students and villagers, these hundreds of huge vines had completely covered the sky above the Imperial Academy. What an arrogant Abhijna this was! And the target of these terrifying vines was the skinny little Taoist cultivator. Although this little cultivator's Taoist robe was already fluttering in the wind, although this little cultivator's hair was already blown up, he had the heavenly horse behind him and Dao Shan who was staring at this world with his head drooping. This little cultivator had no other choice but to use the wishful rod to challenge this huge monster. Explode, explode, explode. Seeing the countless huge vines pressing down on him, Xiaohua was not afraid. He chanted a few incantations and the remaining fire talismans exploded around the huge vines. Boom boom. Although the huge python was formed from the noble qi, it was still condensed from the wood qi. Under Xiaohua's fire talismans, it was still blown up and even burned. Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but be delighted. He understood that he no longer had any worries when facing Professor Do, who was a Confucian cultivator who used the wood qi. Any fire element spell could catch him off guard. Sure enough, Do Shanjun's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly opened his mouth and blew. A strong gust of wind rushed towards the burning areas. What was strange was that this gust of wind actually blew the fireballs out of the fire talismans until they were on the verge of collapse. You think I'm bragging? Xiaohua sneered. Even if you can brag to the heavens, you still won't be able to stop this Xiao from smashing your so-called wood essence into the heavens today. Following Xiaohua's mocking voice, hundreds of fire talismans appeared around the wooden vines out of thin air. With a rumbling sound, they exploded and ignited the entire wooden vines from head to toe. Professor Do was now in the same state as Professor Hu. He was trembling in anger because of Xiaohua. He clearly felt that Xiaohua's strength was not higher than his and was even much weaker. However, Xiaohua's strength was extremely great and the wishful rod was strange. His methods were unable to restrain it. Now that he had taken out the wood qi, it was completely restrained by Xiaohua's fire talismans. What was more special was that his wooden vines were about to be burned up and the wooden vines had not even hit Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not even have the slightest bit of Xiaohua's mana. What about me? I'm also very handsome, Xiaohua said and flew forward for a while. He was about to reach the gate of the Imperial Academy. Forget it, Professor Do sighed. He opened his mouth and a ray of light rushed into the fire. Then, as the light retracted, a seed the size of a thumb was swallowed into Professor Do's stomach. Following that, Professor Do hurriedly retreated into the sky above the Imperial Academy. Over there, thousands of students were reciting poems and books. They had already covered the entire Imperial Academy like layers of a green net. Fu Yun, Do Shanjun fell into the middle of the words and immediately started reciting. His recitation was very strange. At the beginning it was only one voice. But in a moment, it seemed to have an accent. After a few breaths, the accent became even more serious. It was as if 100 mouths were reciting at the same time. Chapter 33-43. However, this was not the only strange thing. Do Shanjun's recitation was different from the other students' recitation. The essays did not fly out and merge with the other essays. Instead, they rushed to the top of Do Shanjun's head and gradually condensed. What kind of divine ability is this? Xiaohua was somewhat astonished. This is the 100-seed chorus. Just when Xiaohua did not know how to deal with it, a voice came from Xiaohua's right hand. Fu Jiwen. Xiaohua frowned and looked over. Sure enough, Fu Jiwen, who had just sent Xiao Jian and the others out of Copper Pillar State, was standing on a magic cloud and flying over. He shouted, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is the 100-seed chorus of my Confucian cultivator. It is very powerful. I'm afraid you are not his opponent. Let's see how I deal with it." "Ai," Xiaohua sighed and smiled bitterly. "Little friend Fu, since you left, why did you come back? Don't you feel that you are a burden?" "I appreciate fellow Taoist Zhao's good intentions," Fu Jiwen said while flying. "I also know why you asked me to send the 3 Taoists out of the city." However, Fu Jiwen pointed at Dao Shan's remains and said heavily, "Great Master Dao Shan did good for his entire life. Today, he actually ended up in such a miserable state. This is the injustice of heaven and earth, the tragedy of human relationships. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you are a disciple of the Tao sect. Naturally, you have to seek justice for your disciples. However, in this world, you are not the only one who has a heart that seeks justice. I came back today to tell you that other than you, there is also me, and even other Taoists who heard about this matter have the intention to seek justice for Great Master Dao Shan. However, their strength is shallow and they have the heart but not the strength. Since I have some strength and admire Great Master Dao Shan, why can't I help fellow Taoist?" Xiaohua heard this and laughed unconsciously. He clapped his hands 3 times and said, "My Tao is the Tao of heaven. My path is the path to heaven. From today onwards, my Tao is not alone." Unfortunately, Fu Jiwen did not understand the meaning of Xiaohua's words. He only flew in front of Xiaohua and looked at Do Shanjun with a serious expression. In the blink of an eye, Do Shanjun's chants formed into countless articles, and these articles actually condensed into a human figure above his head. However, this figure was extremely blurry and only had a silhouette. "This is a child." Fu Jiwen said solemnly, "You can control the noble spirit, and you can also control the words. In your hands, these words can kill people." As Fu Jiwen spoke, his body also flashed with clear light. Inscriptions gushed out from the surface of his body. First, they condensed into simple armor on his body. Then, under Fu Jiwen's control, they turned into thousands of tadpoles that floated in the air nearby. This is a type of formation? Xiaohua was a formation grandmaster. When he saw the inscriptions on the armor connecting with each other and absorbing the noble spirit, he immediately had a plan and thought in surprise. "With my will, with the heart of a child, 100 articles, intimidate the evil." Professor Do's 100 mouths suddenly sounded in unison. Sure enough, 100 articles flashed with green light and flew out from the mountain of literature, landing in front of the child. The blurry child opened its mouth and said, "Suppress." The 100 articles were like 100 large nets, dragging a myriad of noble qi as they fell towards Fu Jiwen and Xiaohua. Each article had several hundred sentences, and each sentence had a dozen words. The 100 articles had several tens of thousands of words, and all of them emitted a kind of unparalleled suppressive force. It was even more majestic than a mountain as it rushed down, as if it wanted to crush Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen into meat paste. 36 Heavenly Dipper Words Soul Formation. Break for me. Fu Jiwen saw such a big formation and his expression changed slightly. However, his eyes were filled with determination. He shouted and raised his hands. The floating inscriptions on the armor immediately flashed and turned into 36 huge inscriptions that Xiaohua had never seen before, rushing towards the child. It's a bit strange. Xiaohua was originally observing the flaws of the 100 articles, but when he suddenly saw Fu Jiwen turn the 36 Heavenly Dipper Words Soul Formation into 36 inscriptions that he had never seen before, he couldn't help but be shocked. However, the 36 Heavenly Dipper words that attracted his attention actually gave birth to a fierce intent. They were even sharper than the simple inscriptions from before. Boom! A series of explosions sounded like firecrackers. When the 36 Heavenly Dipper words collided with the 100 articles of the child, the articles were smashed into pieces. Many of the articles were rearranged and turned into words, and these words were absorbed by the Heavenly Dipper words. Damn it, I underestimated this Fu Jiwen. Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. This guy really has some skill. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could be happy for a moment, the child above Do Shanjun's head said again, "Suppress." Following these two words, another 100 articles fell. Student surnamed Fu. Do Shanjun's voice sounded. This one understands your intentions, but you should know that you are only a single person. How many articles can you read in your lifetime? As for my child, they are all excellent articles at your fingertips. Every article will consume a lot of your energy. The child's articles are endless, but will your energy be exhausted? My life has a limit, but my learning is endless. I don't want to read all the books in the world, I only want to memorize the Song of Righteousness. Fu Jiwen was not afraid in the slightest. If I don't read the Song of Righteousness, even if my life is endless, even if I read all the books in the world, what can I do? Rumble! As he spoke, the 100 articles fell again, but this time, Fu Jiwen's Heavenly Dipper Words Soul Formation fruit couldn't withstand it, and the words fell apart. However, Fu Jiwen clenched his teeth and raised his hands. Once again, 36 inscriptions appeared. However, these inscriptions were different from the ones before. Seeing Fu Jiwen's deathly pale face, Xiaohua's gaze swept over the newly formed inscriptions. As if he was suddenly enlightened, he said, "Damn it, this old man understands. Isn't this the green seal script of soul cultivators? Isn't this method of Confucian cultivators just some bullshit word shaking the universe? This is copying other soul cultivators' methods." Xiaohua had just woken up when the 36 inscriptions controlled by Fu Jiwen were immediately smashed to pieces by Professor Du's harmonious cry of the 100 children. This was even more thorough than before. Those inscriptions didn't even have time to flicker with splendor before they were smashed into righteous qi. Fifth. Fu Jiwen spat out a mouthful of blood essence from his mouth. His figure swayed slightly, and he became dispirited in midair. Seeing this, Xiaohua said in a clear voice, "Little friend Fu, you should step back first. Sit on the Pegasus and rest. Just look at this Xiao." "Sorry." Hearing Xiaohua's call, Fu Jiwen turned his head. His face was pale gold, and he said with a wry smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao should look for an opportunity to escape. You and I'm afraid we aren't their match." However, before Fu Jiwen could finish his words, Xiaohua suddenly felt that between heaven and earth, there was a sudden deathly silence, and then endless sounds of reading could be heard. The sound of reading was originally loud and clear, but in just a moment, it turned into a clamor. Moreover, this clamor became louder and louder, covering all the sounds in the world. Even if Xiaohua saw Fu Jiwen opening his mouth to say something, he couldn't hear a single word clearly. Sound attack? Xiaohua smiled faintly and used his finger to point at the Pegasus, indicating for Fu Jiwen to come forward. Just as Fu Jiwen flew towards the Pegasus, thousands of sounds filled Xiaohua's ears like buzzing flies, and even rushed into Xiaohua's heart through his ears. What was special was that a kind of soaring heroic spirit was born from his heart, and a feeling of blood gushing out from his blood vessels at the same time. "Do you have any other methods?" Xiaohua sneered. If it was in the past, he might have been worried about this kind of sound attack, but at this moment, he had already cultivated the Devil Realm's cultivation method and had already begun to refine his devil blood. How could the control of his blood vessels be compared to that of a Confucian cultivator? There was no need for Xiao Hua to take the initiative to defend himself. The feeling of blood gushing out had only just appeared, and with a little circulation of his devil technique, it immediately disappeared. Although Fu Jiwen was very helpless in his heart, he was now seriously injured. Not to mention that the inscriptions on the outside of his body had already dimmed and could only protect a limited area. Even the inside of his middle dantian was a mess. Fu Jiwen's middle dantian was different from that of an ordinary Confucian cultivator. Although it was also refined with noble qi, it was not pure true qi, but a vague thing like a book page. This book page seemed to be a seed, and also seemed to be a golden core, and even like a turtle shell. However, although there were some simple inscriptions on the book page, the outline of the book page had already been destroyed, like a mulberry leaf that had been swallowed by a silkworm, very damaged. Fu Jiwen slightly sensed it, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This book page was his biggest secret, and no one had ever revealed it. Although he still didn't know what this book page in his middle dantian was, he did know that it was extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Fu Jiwen urged his Confucian cultivation method, opened his mouth, and the abundant noble qi rushed into his body. It didn't need to pass through any meridians, and directly penetrated into the book page in his middle dantian. The book page flashed with a faint white light, and the white brilliance was like strands of silk, slowly winding around and repairing it. Ah? Just as Fu Jiwen took his first breath, a scene that he would never forget stunned him. He was so shocked that he even forgot to repair the book page in his body. He looked at Xiao Hua, who was standing in front of him, with an inconceivable gaze. The current Xiao Hua was so shocking that he could shock the world. A faint green brilliance was leisurely emerging from between his eyebrows like a layer of faint fog. Along with this green light, a loud sound like a big yellow bell came out of his mouth. Once this sound came out, not to mention the hundreds of children, even the recitation of the thousands of students in the academy was immediately suppressed. Chapter 3344. Not only that, a green dot of light the size of a soybean appeared along with the thunderous roar. The moment this dot of light appeared, it immediately caused a phenomenon in the sky. The sky above the Imperial Academy was filled with raging winds and dark clouds. Waves of dull thunder rumbled along with the dark clouds. Before Fu Jiwen could see it clearly, another strange sound came from Xiao Hua's mouth, and in an instant, another green dot of light flew out. Boom, boom, boom. This light spot had an even more drastic change. Hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts as thick as a thumb flashed and surged towards the Imperial Academy. The lightning bolts landed on the Z, on top of the professor's head, and the green word net formed by thousands of students reciting poems. What frightened Fu Jiwen even more was that the seemingly indestructible green word net, the words that easily shattered his 36 heavenly dipper soul formation, and the hundreds of poems that even Taoist techniques found difficult to shatter, were actually melting faster than snow in the face of boiling water. Even the that the professor was so proud of, that was formed by words and the noble spirit, collapsed under the lightning bolts. Not only did it turn into dull and lifeless words, it also turned into the purest noble spirit under the green lightning bolts. Lightning attracting technique. Fu Jiwen suddenly realized and thought of a Taoist abhijna from long ago. He was astonished. In fact, not only was Fu Jiwen stunned, even Xiao Hua himself did not expect this lightning and thunder technique to have such a miraculous effect on the Confucian cultivator's 100 scholars chant. Xiao Hua was first shocked for a moment, then he immediately roared into the sky. Ah, Xiao Hua laughed in his heart and thought to himself, this is really a fake meeting the real thing. Just now he looked unusually ferocious, but now he is so weak. So he is just a good-looking but useless piece of trash. Xiao Hua's roar did not stop. Following his roar, the word lightning flashed continuously. The lightning bolts in the sky fell like raindrops, smashing onto the heads of the students of the Imperial Academy. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at the streaks of green lightning striking Do Shanjun's head and around. He shouted fiercely, "Damn it, even if I don't kill you, I will destroy your pretty face." Of course, this was only Xiao Hua's idea. He activated the art of lightning and thunder to trap Elder Yuan students and Professor Dushan Jundu. Following which, he rode his heavenly horse and galloped across the sky, charging towards the Imperial Academy. Still want to leave? Jiang Wenhao, hand over your life. Jiang Wenhao was indeed smart. Seeing that Do Shanjun's chorus of the 100 seedlings was defeated by Xiao Hua, he had already fled and rushed towards the depths of the Imperial Academy on his flying sword. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's soul consciousness had already locked onto him. The heavenly horse crossed the red wall of the Imperial Academy. Xiao Hua roared and a few more streaks of lightning fell from the sky, blocking Jiang Wenhao's path. "Senior Xiao." Jiang Wenhao turned pale with fright and said with an apologetic smile, "This is all a misunderstanding. This junior has already explained everything clearly. If you don't believe me, this junior won't leave and will accompany senior." "Oh?" Xiao Hua's gaze was like lightning. He looked straight at Jiang Wenhao and laughed coldly. "Jiang Wenhao, what's the use of saying so much now? No matter what happens today, no matter who comes, no matter if you are innocent or not, I will definitely take your head." "Senior." Seeing the lightning bolts falling, Jiang Wenhao wanted to spit out his flying sword to resist, but he did not dare to do so. However, he was also unwilling to surrender. Unknowingly, he felt a little despondent. He did not know if he was feeling regret or something else. Just as Jiang Wenhao was worrying about his gains and losses, suddenly all the earth-shattering noises disappeared. It was as if all the lightning in the sky was just a golden millet. What's going on? Jiang Wenhao stared blankly. Just as he was about to look around, Xiao Hua's shocked and angry voice exploded in his ears like a clap of thunder. "Evil creature, you still say you didn't do any evil? Look at what's in your arms." What? Jiang Wenhao was originally a little dazed. Xiao Hua's angry roar was deliberate and directly shocked him into a daze. Jiang Wenhao could not help but lower his head to look. Indeed, a corner of a jade tablet was revealed in his arms. Jiang Wenhao pulled the jade tablet out and threw it out as if he had seen a ghost. He shouted, "No, you are framing me. I have already thrown this jade tablet too." At this point, Jiang Wenhao seemed to have realized something. His face was as white as paper and he stood in midair in a daze. It seems like I am framing you." Xiao Hua, who had just retracted his lightning and thunder technique, said plainly, "So you have already thrown this jade tablet away. I wonder, where did you throw it to?" "Of course, it doesn't matter where you threw it to. The important thing is, this jade tablet belongs to the Seven Suns Temple. How did it end up in your hands? Why did you throw it away with a guilty conscience?" Xiao Hua's face was filled with a cold smile. He waved his hand and the jade tablet slowly landed in his hand. To be honest, he did not care about this jade tablet. It was only when Jiang Wenhao escaped from the Imperial Academy and hid this item in a tree hole that he remembered that he did not obtain any information about this jade tablet from Wu Qian's memories. It was probably Jiang Wenhao who saw this jade tablet on the spur of the moment. It was also because of this spur of the moment that he exposed himself and finally admitted that he was in charge of the Seven Suns Temple tragedy in front of the Imperial Academy students. Jiang Wenhao. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to say anything, Professor Dou's face was already paler than a sheet of paper. It was a pity that there were no scars on his face. Professor Dou lamented, "How could you be so heartless? I have misjudged you." Jiang Wenhao was only momentarily absent-minded. Now that he had regained his composure, he no longer cared about his reputation. The sword radiance beneath his feet was activated and he charged into the Imperial Academy. Trying to escape? Xiao Hua laughed coldly, "If I don't kill you today, I am not worthy of being a Taoist disciple." As he spoke, he leaped onto the Pegasus. The Pegasus did not wait for Xiao Hua's orders and it chased after Jiang Wenhao like a ray of light. "Xiao Hua!" Professor Dou looked dispirited, but he still stepped on the cloud and shouted, "Even if Jiang Wenhao did evil, that is the Imperial Academy's problem. We have the right to punish our own disciples. You are a Taoist disciple, you have no right." That's right, Jiang Wenhao had exposed himself and the Imperial Academy's reputation had been tarnished. If the Imperial Academy wanted to regain their reputation, the only way was to punish Jiang Wenhao personally, or even kill him. However, if Xiaohua were to kill Jiang Wenhao now, not only would the Imperial Academy lose their chance to regain their reputation, Xiaohua would also make things worse for the Imperial Academy. There was no way they could regain their reputation no matter what. Therefore, Dou Shan hurriedly chased after Xiaohua, even though he knew that he was no match for Xiaohua. Dream on. Xiaohua laughed arrogantly, "I will take Jiang Wenhao's life today." As he spoke, Xiaohua glanced at the group of students who were chasing after him. The lightning flashes and thunder rolls technique was unleashed again. Lightning of various colors appeared out of thin air. "Humph, rascal." Suddenly, a disdainful snort could be heard in the air above the Imperial Academy. Once these three words appeared, the noble spirit around the Imperial Academy immediately surged, as though there was a change in the weather. Immediately after, 100 pure white light pillars suddenly emerged from the righteous Qi. The light pillars were even sharper than a huge sword and even faster than lightning as they pierced into Xiaohua's lightning. The lightning flashes and thunder rolls that were previously invincible were instantly pierced full of holes by the light pillars. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. Before he could summon the lightning flashes and thunder rolls technique again, an incomparably righteous noble spirit rushed out from somewhere in the Imperial Academy, like a giant hammer striking towards him. Before the noble spirit even reached him, a feeling of indescribable pain emerged from the bottom of his heart. "Let's go quickly, this is a great scholar who can refine his energy." Fujiwen's reaction was faster than Xiaohua's as he hurriedly urged, "It's just refine his energy and refine his energy." Xiaohua cursed in his heart, but he did not dare to be negligent. He patted the Pegasus beneath him and the Pegasus fluttered its feathers as it soared into the sky. Before the noble spirit could reach him, he had already escaped far away. "Dean," Dou Shanjun stopped in midair and bowed respectfully, "I am not talented enough to disturb your cultivation." The dean's voice could be heard. "The matter at the Seven Suns Temple is no small matter, you must." Before the dean could finish his sentence, Xiaohua's cold voice could be heard from the sky. "There is noble spirit in the world. This noble spirit is the principle, which is the principle. The principle is like a sword that hangs above one's head. Regardless of whether it is a great scholar or a student, as long as he touches this sword, he will definitely die. I am not talented enough, but since I want to take Jiang Wenhao's life, then I must do it." Hearing Xiaohua's words, Professor Dou's face revealed a puzzled expression. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Wenhao, whose face was as pale as death. At this moment, two small heads popped out from Jiang Wenhao's bosom. These two things were like black lightning and yellow wind as they flew out from Jiang Wenhao's bosom and disappeared in midair in an instant. Professor Dou did not even understand how the two little things flew away. Looking at Jiang Wenhao again, there was a shallow crack on his neck. Gradually, pitch-black blood flowed out, and countless black threads around the crack instantly spread to Jiang Wenhao's entire body. Rumble! Countless pillars of noble spirit condensed into noble spirit, majestically attacking the fleeing Xiaohua. However, just as these pillars of noble spirit were formed, Xiaohua's divine sense, which was comparable to a middle nascent soul stage, rushed over like a tidal wave. Bang! 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 There was a burst of chaotic sounds, like concentrated firecrackers. Soon after, the noble spirit slowly dispersed. This was the dean's last bit of sound, and then there was no sound. Professor Dou looked at Jiang Wenhao's corpse falling from midair. Before it even landed on the ground, it had already turned into ink-dripping fragments. He could not help but feel a trace of coldness in his heart. Xiaohua's methods were indeed strange, but they were also flawless, making him feel powerless as if he was not an enemy. Chapter 3345. Dean. Professor Who flew over quietly and said softly, Xiao Hua of this sect is really powerful. It turned out that he had already buried a demon pet in Jiang Wenhao's body before seeing him. He could kill Jiang Wenhao with just a thought. And that aura was so terrifying that even the dean did not dare to kill him. It is not only because our academy is in the wrong. Sigh, yes. Professor Dou suddenly felt depressed. He defended Jiang Wenhao for half a day, but he did not expect Jiang Wenhao to be the real culprit. And Xiao Hua was just watching the show. Everything that happened before was just a monkey trick. Xiao Hua did not kill Jiang Wenhao because he wanted to find a moment of absent-mindedness and let him tell the truth. After pondering for a while, Professor Dou said, To be honest, this method is more reasonable than the so-called laws of the government. I really can't have the heart to kill Xiao Hua. You're right, Minister. Professor Hu nodded. This is also because our Imperial Academy is powerful. With the dean and dean in charge, the Taoist sect did not dare to do anything. They only dare to kill when they have real evidence. Professor Dou smiled bitterly. He looked at the gradually restored order under his feet and said, With this evidence, not only will the Imperial Academy's gate be destroyed for nothing, even if the Imperial Academy wants to find trouble with him, we will not be able to. Not only that, Professor Hu said again, I still have to think of how to explain to the Jiang family. Jiang family? Professor Dou's slender eyes flashed with a trace of sternness. I have long heard that the Jiang family coveted Xichao Ridge. I am afraid this is the Jiang family's instigator. What do we have to explain to the Jiang family? Just let them do as they please. There is the blood monument of Xiao Hua in the Seven Suns Temple. If the Jiang family has the guts, they can take over Xichao Ridge. After he finished speaking, Professor Dou flicked his sleeves and a ball of auspicious clouds appeared beneath his feet, carrying him out of the Imperial Academy. As for where he went, no one knew. However, the direction he went was completely different from the direction Xiao Hua escaped to. 100 li away from the Copper Pillar State, Xiao Hua was sitting on a Pegasus amidst the astral winds. The scattered light from the Pegasus not only covered Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen, but also covered Dao Shan's remains on the carriage. Although the wind was howling, Xiao Hua and the others' hair and Taoist robes did not move at all. Ha, awesome, awesome. Looking at the clear and cloudless sky, then looking at the blazing sun behind him, Xiao Hua let out a long howl and said loudly, Senior's godly skill is truly admirable. At this point, how could Fu Jiwen still dare to call Xiao Hua fellow Taoist? He spoke very respectfully. It's nothing. Xiao Hua waved his hand indifferently. There are some restrictions on this old man's body that are only 40% effective. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to run away in fear when I saw the old ghost. Fu Jiwen also didn't know whether Xiao Hua was telling the truth or not. He faintly smiled, lowered his head to look at the ground that was already extremely small, and suddenly cried out, Io, Senior, did you go the wrong way? Xiao Jian and the rest did not go this way. Xiao Hua did not think much of it. It would be weird if he did not get lost. However, he did not point it out. He looked at the carriage behind him and said, I know the direction is wrong. However, I am not chasing after the three of them. I am going to bury Master Dao Shan's remains. Previously, in order to let Master Dao Shan rest in peace, I exposed his remains in front of everyone. Now that I have avenged him, I have to find a good place to bury him. Senior. Fu Jiwen naturally looked at Dao Shan as well. However, he suddenly exclaimed in shock, Master Dao Shan's eyes are closed. Really? Xiao Hua hurriedly looked again. Sure enough, Dao Shan's eyes, which he had dyed with remaining grievances, were now closed. The horrifying expression on his face had been replaced with a serene expression. Amitabha, Xiao Hua could not help but shout, there is kindness in the human world. Master Dao Shan can finally rest in peace. Amitabha? Fu Jiwen looked at Xiao Hua and could not help but curse. Senior Xiao killed people without blinking. You actually dare to chant the name of Buddha? Oh right, little friend Fu. Xiao Hua thought of something and said, Do you know if there is a place with beautiful scenery? Oh, or is it the place with good feng shui that you mentioned? Fu Jiwen shook his head and said embarrassedly, Junior only heard about it. I am not proficient in it. I am not even as good as Xiao Jian. If Senior wants to find a place with excellent feng shui, why don't you ask Xiao Jian? Xiao Jian? That guy knows about feng shui? Xiao Hua was surprised. He suddenly remembered the scene of Xiao Jian selling fortune-telling on the streets of Longevity Town. Don't be fooled by him. Fu Jiwen smiled and said, Senior, don't belittle Daoist Xiao. He has some real skills in him. If he doesn't know anything, how can he fool others? That's true. Xiao Hua nodded and looked around. He looked at the north, south, east, and west, then asked, where did they go? After Fu Jiwen pointed in the direction, Xiao Hua urged the Pegasus to carry Dao Shan's corpse and chase after them. The Senior, seeing that the Pegasus had attracted the attention of many passers-by and many elderly, women and children bowed down in fear, Fu Jiwen could not help but remind Xiao Hua softly, we just defended the Imperial Academy in the Bronze Pillar Country. This should be within the borders of the Bronze Pillar Country. Senior, can you keep the Pegasus? Moreover, Master Dao Shan's corpse is not suitable for others to see. If it is not convenient for Senior, how about I keep it in my small Qingkuan bag? No need, I will do it myself. Xiao Hua used his spiritual will to scan the area. As he answered, he rode the Pegasus to a place where there was no one and kept Dao Shan's corpse. He casually threw the old carriage on the ground and kept the Pegasus as well. Fu Jiwen saw how casual Xiao Hua was and could not help but show admiration in his eyes. He could not help but say, Senior's demonic pet is really powerful. Its flying speed is even faster than the Pegasus. Today, if not for a Senior releasing these two demon pets first and leaving them by Jiang Wenhao's side in advance, I'm afraid that going to find Jiang Wenhao again would be even more difficult. Not necessarily. Xiao Hua laughed coldly. Even without the help of these two little things, I will kill my way into the Bronze Pillar Country in 10 days. If the Imperial Academy protects Jiang Wenhao, I will destroy the Imperial Academy. If the Jiang family protects Jiang Wenhao, I will uproot the Jiang family. Since the day I set up the Blood Monument, my Taoist disciples will not be bullied. Especially Master Dao Shan, he is a true Taoist master that I respect. 10 days? Fu Jiwen was slightly puzzled, but he suddenly realized, Senior, you mean you will break into the Jiang family of the Bronze Pillar Country in 10 days? And kill the rest of them one by one? That's right. I have the same intention. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a cold light. Blood grudges must be repaid with blood. I want to let the Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent know not to provoke me. If they provoke me, I will definitely make them suffer. Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly. The current Xiao Hua was obviously different from the Xiao Hua he saw last night at Jai Xinglu. He was less amiable and more murderous. Fu Jiwen thought for a while and suggested, if Senior feels that you can challenge the entire Jiang family of Confucian cultivators, then Junior will not dare to stop you. But if Senior has not reached the divine transformation stage of Taoist, Junior feels that Senior should wait for a few more days. After all, Senior killed Jiang Wenhao and alarmed the Jiang family. You have also offended the Imperial Academy, and the Bronze Pillar Country. Especially the other martial masters who committed the crime. I am afraid that news of them has already spread. It will be difficult for you to find them alone. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed and looked at the barren land in front of him. However, there were still some crops desperately trying to grow. He said, I know that Jiang Wenhao will definitely not do it himself. I also want to kill those accomplices first. But there are always a few ways to deal with things. Each method has its advantages and disadvantages. I am afraid that I have chosen the most difficult method, which is also the most disadvantageous. However, I do not regret it. For Master Dao Shan, an old man who has been silently contributing to Taoist sects, I am willing to overturn the entire Bronze Pillar Country. Senior, please follow Xiao Jian to another place first. First, you should finish your own matters. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, when Junior returns, I will secretly look for these people. When Junior has news, how about it? And that is the only way. Xiaohua was helpless. He was now alone. If he were to look for these people by himself, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, Xiaohua was not good at looking for people. However, Xiaohua immediately felt a little embarrassed. His heart was moved and he said with a smile, "Little friend Fu, you and I have never met before. It is just that we have hit it off at first sight. Last night and even today, you have helped this old man too much. This old man does not know how to thank you." Looking at Xiaohua's smiling appearance, Fu Jiwen was also enlightened. The words that Xiaohua had said when he killed Jiang Wenhao suddenly appeared in his mind. "My Tao is the Tao of heaven. My path is the path to the heavens. From now on, my Tao is not alone." How heroic was this? What kind of spirit was this to trample the heavens and earth under one's feet? The meaning of Xiaohua's words was clear. Fu Jiwen could not help but be moved at this moment. It was a pity that if such heroic words were said by the Imperial Academy, Fu Jiwen would probably kneel down and acknowledge him as his master. However, since it was said by Xiaohua, Fu Jiwen could not help but reconsider. Fu Jiwen saw Xiaohua's courage to barge into the Imperial Academy. Fu Jiwen also saw Xiaohua's loyalty in killing Jiang Wenhao. Fu Jiwen also saw the righteousness that Xiaohua gave him with the thunder-amplifying wood. However, if Fu Jiwen wanted to abandon everything and acknowledge Xiaohua as his master and completely walk on the narrow path of Taoist sects, Fu Jiwen could not help but hesitate. Chapter 3346. Seeing the hesitation on Fu Jiwen's face, Xiaohua immediately took out a jade bottle and handed it to Fu Jiwen with a smile. "Little friend Fu, this is a rejuvenation pill. It's my Tao Sex spirit pill. Take it and give it to your wife. It will have a miraculous effect." Looking at the jade bottle, Fu Jiwen's mouth was a bit dry. He didn't know whether to take it or not. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Xiao, Junior has some difficulties. Although my Fu family is a family of Confucian cultivators, because Junior practices Tao Sex magic arts and because of my wife, I have already moved out of the family. Otherwise, I wouldn't have less than 50 high-grade primordial stones. Ah, little friend Fu, no need to say more." Xiaohua stuffed the jade bottle into Fu Jiwen's hand and waved his hand. "Last night at the auction, this old man already said that you and I met by fate. Today, you stepped forward bravely again. This old man feels even more congenial. This rejuvenation pill is a little bit of this old man's appreciation. Take it. In addition, if you need any pills or spirit herbs for Tao Sex magic arts, you can tell me. You can also be considered half a Tao Sex disciple. If this old man doesn't help you, who should I help?" Fu Jiwen's face relaxed a bit and said with a smile, "Junior's magic arts are not completely pure Tao Sex magic arts. For the time being, I don't need any pills or spirit herbs. If Junior needs them in the future, I can ask Senior. Senior is my Tao Sex disciple. If Junior doesn't ask Senior, who else can I ask?" "Ah, that's right." Xiaohua laughed. When Fu Jiwen saw that Xiaohua didn't blame him and didn't turn hostile, his heart calmed down. Looking at Xiaohua flying in front of him, he thought for a moment and took out a jade eye from his bosom. He carefully said, "Senior Xiao, you have been using the Tao Sex flying technique all this time, right? Although the flying technique of Taoism is fast, it looks very strange. It's like an ordinary person walking barefoot without shoes. I have a Confucian cultivation technique that allows you to ride the clouds. I don't know if you can use it. Take it as a gift from me to you." Xiaohua looked at Fu Jiwen with interest. He understood that in Fu Jiwen's heart, it wasn't that he didn't want to acknowledge him as his master. He was afraid that Fu Jiwen really had some difficulties that he had told him. These jade eyes were a buffer that Fu Jiwen had left for him. If it was someone else, Xiaohua might not have accepted him. After all, he had already made his intentions clear and he almost wanted Fu Jiwen to be his disciple. However, Xiaohua really valued Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen was able to stand up against the cultivators of the Imperial Academy with that strange runic word formation. This was definitely not something an ordinary Confucian scholar could do. Therefore, Xiaohua stretched out his hand, took the jade eyes, and threw it to the green-robed Xiaohua in the space. He smiled and said, "Stones from other mountains can be used to improve jade. Then, this old man will take a look at the wonders of the Confucian cultivator's cloud riding technique." When Fujiwen saw Xiaohua retracting his jade eyes, he was very happy in his heart. He smiled and said, "There might not be any marvelous places, but the divine arts of Confucian cultivators have always been particular about appearances." Senior used the cloud riding technique to show the appearance of an otherworldly expert. As for the wonders, I feel that many of the spells of Taoism are the truly marvelous ones. At this point, Fujiwen hesitated slightly and probed, "Furthermore, I feel that many of the techniques and spells of Taoism and Confucian cultivators are similar. Perhaps we can learn from each other." "Is that so?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and looked at Fujiwen even more seriously. Xiaohua looked at Fujiwen and he felt a little guilty. Fujiwen hurriedly smiled and said, "This is just my feeling. After all, I have not seen many Taoism spells and my cultivation level is not as high as Senior's." "Senior, please don't laugh at me." "Laugh at you? Why should I laugh at you?" Xiaohua said with deep meaning. "When your cultivation level is high, you will naturally understand. All arts return to the origin. This is exactly how it is." "Yes, I will remember Senior's teachings," Fujiwen replied respectfully. Then he carefully asked Xiaohua some difficult questions about cultivation. Xiaohua was not stingy. Not only did he answer them one by one, he even told him the reasons for these difficult questions and what might happen in the future. These words made Fujiwen scratch his ears and cheeks. He just wanted to immediately go into seclusion and cultivate. As the two talked, they flew for a long time. Xiaohua even released his divine sense, but he still could not find any trace of Xiao Jian and the others. Xiaohua was puzzled and bewildered. He glanced at Fujiwen, who was beaming with joy, and reminded him, "Little friend Fu, are you sure the direction is correct? Why haven't we seen Xiao Jian and the others for so long?" Fujiwen was suddenly shocked. He broke away from his comprehension and looked left and right. Then he used his divine sense to check. He said in a panic, "Senior, the direction is correct. I led them to the Great Tao and pointed out the direction before returning to the bronze pillar state. Taoist Xiao and the others should be coming from the front. Unless Taoist Xiao and the others return to the bronze pillar state like Senior. Hee, if it's the abyss, then it's possible," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Xiao Jian and Lu Yi definitely won't." But Fujiwen seemed to know that Xiaohua's sense of direction was not strong. He led the way and casually asked, "Xiao Jian has now obtained the heavenly pill and is wholeheartedly focused on recovering his lost cultivation. He definitely won't look for this old man." Xiaohua explained, "Moreover, this old man has no special relationship with him. If he didn't have a favor to ask of this old man, I'm afraid he would have already run away. As for Louis, he definitely won't run away. He's even worried about how to find this old man. However, if he didn't have full confidence, he definitely wouldn't have returned to the bronze pillar state. He also wouldn't have revealed that he knew this old man." Taoist Xiao. Fujiwen was astonished. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Not every Tao disciple is a Tao Shan master. Xiaohua said indifferently, "However, because Xiao Jian is a Tao disciple, this old man will help him." Yes, this junior understands. Fujiwen might not be as intelligent as Lu Yi, but he was definitely not a fool. He immediately understood. But since he already understood Xiao Jian's character, Fujiwen suddenly stopped in midair and laughed bitterly. If it's as Senior says, then Junior knows where Taoist Xiao went. But Xiaohua was curious. There are still a few paths from the bronze pillar state to the Jiang country. Fujiwen explained, the path that Junior pointed out to Taoist Xiao was the safest one, but after walking for a few miles, there were a few forks in the road. Although the other forks in the road were not very safe, there were few pedestrians and the journey was short. If Taoist Xiao was afraid that others would catch up, or if he wanted to concentrate on cultivating, he might choose these forks. Although Fujiwen said, maybe, his tone was already certain. Xiao Hua laughed bitterly and waved his hand. I'll have to trouble you again this time. This old man originally thought that once I found Xiao Jian and the others, I would quickly let you return, but now it seems that you will have to stay here for a while. Senior's words are too serious. Fu Jiwen laughed. My wife's matter was not settled in a day or two. Since the old housekeeper has already returned, it doesn't matter if Junior is late for a month. After saying that, Fu Jiwen led the way in another direction. Seeing Fu Jiwen's understanding of the situation and his control of the direction, Xiaohua felt a little envious from the bottom of his heart. In his eyes, the crisscrossing paths under his feet, the crisscrossing forest, and even the sun and moon in the sky were the reasons why he was lost. However, the development of the situation was out of Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen's expectations. The two of them searched for half a day and almost all the forks in the road, but they still could not find any trace of the three of them. Not only was Xiaohua confused, Fu Jiwen, who was originally full of confidence, also had an awkward expression on his face. Forget it. When Fu Jiwen was about to bring Xiaohua in another direction, Xiaohua looked at the setting sun and said, Little friend Fu, we don't have to search anymore. You can send Xiao Jian and the others out of the Bronze Pillar State and return to the Imperial Academy. It won't take too much time. Even though we flew out of the Bronze Pillar State for a while, this period of time was not enough for Xiao Jian and the others to fly out of the Bronze Pillar State. After searching for so long, we still can't find them. It's probably because Xiao Jian and the others are hiding somewhere. You should go back first. I also have some matters to attend to in the future. If fate allows, we will naturally meet again. When Fu Jiwen heard this, he stopped, bit his lips and nodded. Perhaps there is such a possibility. Otherwise, with their cultivation level, it should be impossible for them to escape from Senior's spiritual will. Since this is the case, Junior will take his leave. After Junior returns, I will think of a way to find the culprits who killed Master Dao Shan. Once Senior is done with your matters, you can come and find Junior. You can go first. Xiaohua nodded. Even though there was still some time before the agreed time between him and the light beast, he did not want to miss this rare opportunity to recover his cultivation level. It was better for him to rush there as soon as possible. Junior will take his leave. Fu Jiwen bowed slightly and actually said, Junior. He slowly flew backwards for a distance before turning around and riding on a cloud. He waved his hand at Xiaohua and flew away. Ha! Xiaohua laughed and similarly waved his hand. Then, he placed his hands behind his back and smiled as he watched Fu Jiwen leave. Xiaohua knew that Fu Jiwen had always been thinking about his wife. Accompanying him through life and death, Fu Jiwen could not wait to bury Master Dao Shan. Wasn't such a sentimental cultivator exactly what Xiaohua thought highly of? The people of the hidden immortal continent are really interesting. Xiaohua shifted his gaze away from Fu Jiwen's back and smiled as he muttered to himself, no matter if it is Fu Jiwen, Yu Zhongquan, Yuanya, Lu Yi, or even Xiao Jian, they all have their own characteristics and personalities. Senior. Before Xiaohua could activate his flying talisman, Fu Jiwen's voice came from behind him. Xiaohua was very surprised. He turned around and asked, Little friend Fu, is there anything else? Fu Jiwen flew closer. He was actually out of breath like an ordinary person running. Clearly, he was in a hurry and was afraid that Xiaohua would leave. After resting for a moment, he hurriedly said, My apologies, Senior. Junior has just forgotten a place. If Senior feels that it is necessary, you should hurry there. Otherwise, if you are late, the lives of Taoist Xiao and the others will be in danger. Chapter 3347. Xiaohua panicked. He might not care too much about Xiao Jian's life, but he did care about Lu Yi and Yuan Ye's lives. Black Cloud Ridge. Fu Jiwen laughed bitterly. Black Cloud Ridge? How is that possible? Xiaohua frowned. Isn't Black Cloud Ridge located at the border of Bronze Pillar Country, Jiang Country and Jiasa Country? It's still very far from the capital of Bronze Pillar Country. How did they reach Black Cloud Ridge? Fu Jiwen shook his head. Black Cloud Ridge is very far from the capital of Bronze Pillar Country. Even the shortest route is far from the border of Black Cloud Ridge. However, this shortest route is desolate and uninhabited. If Taoist Xiao and the rest really took this route and met the demons of Black Cloud Ridge, I'm afraid it's really possible. Of course, this is just something that I suddenly thought of. Logically, they shouldn't have entered Black Cloud Ridge. Where is Black Cloud Ridge? How far is it from here? Fu Jiwen pointed in the direction and said, "It should be more than 1,000 miles. Sigh, it's just 1,000 miles. Xiaohua sighed. It's really possible. Senior, if you go, you must be careful. Fu Jiwen reminded. They are not as reasonable as the scholars of the Imperial Academy. Who would be afraid of them? Don't worry and go. Xiaohua laughed. With a wave of his hand, he activated the flying talisman and flew in the direction of Black Cloud Ridge. A distance of 1,000 li was indeed very far for ordinary people, and it would probably take several tens of days to reach it. However, for cultivators like Xiaohua, it was very close. In less than an hour, Xiaohua saw a few desolate mountains in front of him. The mountains were surrounded by black fog and had a sorrowful appearance. Xiaohua already knew that he didn't go in the wrong direction this time. This was Black Cloud Ridge. When Xiaohua flew closer and carefully sized up Black Cloud Ridge, he could not help but feel a little confused. The forests of the Dawn Rain continent were mostly green with birds chirping and the mountains were quiet. There was always a sense of spiritual energy. Even if it was a barren land, it was only filled with jagged rocks, swamps, and miasma. It was a kind of natural barrenness or a natural barrier that was beyond the reach of human strength. However, this Black Cloud Ridge was different from what Xiaohua had seen before. This Black Cloud Ridge only had strange large rocks, and there were no greenery or grass to be seen, let alone any traces of humans. There were no mountain paths, only flat ground created by humans or demons. From afar, this flat ground looked like a scar on a beggar's head. What was special was that the black clouds didn't just cover the mountainsides and peaks of the mountains. Even the cracks of the mountain rocks in the ordinary mountain streams could be seen seeping out traces of black gas. Accompanying the black qi was an indescribable stench and blood that filled the entire mountain range. Xiaohua's mouth and nose had long been surrounded by this stench, making Xiaohua feel extremely uncomfortable. Sigh, no wonder it's called the Black Cloud Ridge. Only demons can survive here. Ordinary people would have lost their lives long ago. Xiaohua sighed and looked around. He had already seen the bones scattered between the cracks of the rocks. Needless to say, they must have been eaten by the demons in the mountain. After looking for a moment, Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. This Black Cloud Ridge was not a single mountain, but several. After these several mountains, there were several continuous mountain ridges. Although there were no obvious black clouds in the mountain ridges, there was still a lot of black fog that was faintly discernible, giving off a demonic aura. This mountain ridge was not only deep, but it also stretched for hundreds of miles. At a glance, one couldn't see the end. Even divine sense couldn't search carefully, so how could Xiaohua find the traces of Xiao Jian and the others? This doesn't seem to be the Black Cloud Ridge that this Xiao imagined. Xiaohua saw it clearly and was a little dumbfounded. He thought that the Black Cloud Ridge was just a mountain, and that the demon that roared over the border river of the country of Shi was the king of the mountain. He thought that when he arrived at the Black Cloud Ridge, he would use the wishful staff to kill the demon and rescue Xiao Jian and the others from the cave. He had always been thinking about how to kill the demon, but he didn't expect that it would be so difficult to even find the demon. Of course, he also understood that the reason why Fu Jiwen didn't say anything was because Fu Jiwen had never been here and only heard of the evil reputation of the Black Cloud Ridge. Fu Jiwen didn't know the real situation inside. What should I do? Xiaohua was a little anxious. Although he didn't believe that Xiao Jian was so coincidentally caught so far away in the Black Cloud Ridge, he also knew that if there was such a possibility, then the lives of Xiao Jian and the others were in danger. If he delayed for a moment, they would become food in the mouth of the demon. Let's fight. Xiaohua took out the wishful staff and looked at the towering Black Cloud Ridge. His eyes narrowed and he thought to himself, if I were to destroy the peak of this Black Cloud Ridge, would it attract the attention of the fairies? If one demon comes, Then I will know the situation of all the demons in the Black Cloud Ridge, right? Thinking, Xiaohua urged the flight talisman to rush up the mountain, but at this moment, Xiaohua's heart moved. He patted his forehead and said with a wry smile, "Damn it, how could I forget about them? Isn't looking for people and demons their strong suit? Besides, the heavenly horse is a holy creature. As long as it appears, it will definitely attract the demon. Why do I have to do it myself?" Thinking, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the heavenly horse, Little Black and Little Yellow. The heavenly horse seemed to be extremely disgusted with the aura of the Black Cloud Ridge. Its nose kept snorting, and its pure white tail was impatiently swinging. Its 4 hooves were also restlessly stomping in the air, and auspicious clouds were instantly born. The luster of the auspicious clouds and the brilliance of the heavenly horse drove away the black fog of the Black Cloud Ridge. The fishy smell was also weakened by the brilliance. Of course, the pure white light of the heavenly horse was also corroded by a lot. Not bad. Xiaohua was very satisfied with the heavenly horse he obtained in the auction. He flew and landed on the heavenly horse's back, and ordered Little Black and Little Yellow to find Xiao Jian's whereabouts. When Little Black heard that he was going to find someone, he was unhappy. "Father, the person we were looking for was really disgusting." He actually pinched the boy's tail with his hand. If it wasn't for Father's warning, the boy would have already bitten him to death. Looking at Little Black's childlike temper, Xiaohua smiled and patted his head. "Don't be long-winded. Go quickly. If you're late, these 3 people won't be able to live." "Yes, the boy knows. Father, don't worry. The boy will definitely find them." Seeing that Xiaohua was unhappy, Little Black didn't dare to say anything else. Just as he was about to fly away, Little Yellow shouted, "Mother, call Little Silver out too. Its nose is very sensitive, so it should be easier." Okay, Xiaohua thought that Little Silver only knew how to find spirit stones. He didn't know that Little Silver had this kind of talent. Feeling happy, he hurriedly let Little Silver out. Little Silver naturally didn't need Xiaohua's arrangement. Once it came out of the space, it squeaked a few times and immediately followed behind Little Yellow. Soon after, the 3 little things quickly flew away in the direction of the mountain range covered in black fog. "Let's go. You follow this old man to another place. Let's see who can find them first." Xiaohua patted the back of the heavenly horse's neck. The heavenly horse unfurled its 2 wings of light in an extremely intelligent manner. "Lu lu lu." It cried out a few times and flew towards one of the mountain peaks. Xiaohua's method was indeed useful. The Pegasus brilliance was like a brilliant pearl in the Black Cloud Mountain range. Not to mention, the Pegasus roar was like a dragon's roar that shook the wilderness. In just a moment, there was a barbaric thought. Then, there were several small demons with pitch-black bodies covered in a faint demonic aura. They flapped their bat-like wings and flew out from various parts of the mountain range. They were even more greedy than flies that had seen fat meat. However, when these small demons flew closer, they saw the Pegasus' proud posture and the aura of its wings of light. They immediately fled in panic. Of course, the main reason was that Xiaohua, who was standing on the Pegasus' back, could clearly see that although these small demons didn't have any thoughts, when the tyrannical thought swept past, all of the small demons were keenly aware of it. They hurriedly dodged as if they were extremely afraid. In just a short moment, the filthy figures, strange faces, and ferocious gazes of the little demons left a deep impression on Xiaohua. Eyes. In an instant, Xiaohua sighed and secretly said, "The reason why demons are demons is because they are different from humans. Demons feed on humans and humans feed on livestock. What's the difference? We humans see demons as enemies, but I'm afraid that livestock also see us humans as enemies, right? I can speak bluntly, but how do you face those livestock?" "That brat you." Xiaohua sighed slightly. He saw that the place where the thoughts swept over, black clouds rolled, and a demonic wind surged. A 20 feet tall demon flew over very quickly under the cover of the black clouds. The slightly hoarse voice came from the demon's huge head. "Hee hee." Xiaohua laughed and put away the Pegasus. He didn't even take the wishful staff. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the flying demon with interest. When the demon flew closer, Xiaohua could clearly see that the demon's whole body was covered in black hair like needles. Its 20 feet tall body was covered in human-like armor. On its huge head, 2 brownish-yellow eyes flashed with blood-red brilliance. The lower half of the head was a protruding mouth with 2 nostrils connected. The mouth opened and closed, revealing sharp snow-white teeth. The 2 small ears on both sides of the head moved slightly. This monster was actually a black bear spirit. Hee hee. Seeing the appearance of this demon, Xiaohua laughed again. It was really a coincidence. This demon was the one Xiaohua saw at the border between the country of Shi and the country of Jiasa. However, at this time, there was no naked woman in the demon's arms. Instead, there were a few chicken-like mortals in its hands. The other hand of the demon was holding a large human leg. As it flew, it tore and bit, and the red blood flowed down the corner of the demon's mouth. Chapter 33:48. The black bear spirit saw that Xiaohua had put away the Pegasus and was looking at him with a smile on his face. Where was the fear that he had imagined? The black bear spirit was so shocked that he almost forgot to eat human flesh. He looked left and right to confirm that Xiaohua was smiling at him. When the black bear spirit realized that there was no one around, a bad premonition arose from the bottom of his heart. This was too abnormal. Black Cloud Ridge was rarely visited by humans. Today, a person with a Pegasus suddenly appeared. Moreover, this person didn't seem to have a strong cultivation. However, this person didn't seem to be panicking at all. He just stood in midair as if he was waiting for someone. He didn't even seem to be on guard as he watched the black bear spirit fly closer. When he thought of this, the black bear spirit didn't hesitate at all. He roared, "You brat, where are you running to?" As he spoke, the black bear spirit stirred the demonic cloud and flew in another direction. "Umph!" Xiaohua sneered and scolded. "Stop!" The black bear spirit didn't dare to stop. His body flashed with a black light, and the wind blew again. The demonic cloud grew several times larger, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed more than 100 feet away. "You're courting death," Xiaohua said coldly, and then used the art of soul piercing. Of course, Xiaohua himself was also a little nervous. This black bear spirit was truly a spirit, and far from being as reckless as he had thought. It had fled without even exchanging a single word upon meeting. With Xiaohua's current flight talisman, he was afraid that he would not be able to catch up. Only the art of soul piercing could do something in a short time. However, Xiaohua had never used the soul stab technique against a demon, and he didn't know if it would be effective. Fortunately, after Xiaohua used the soul stab technique, the black cloud immediately stopped. Boeo! The black bear spirit immediately threw down the mortals in his hands and fell from the clouds, holding his head with both hands. At the same time, he let out a muffled cry. "Damn it!" Xiaohua cursed. He didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly used his flying talisman and waved his hands to catch the mortals the black bear spirit had thrown down. However, when Xiaohua caught a few mortals, he was once again dumbfounded. The black bear spirit that had been howling in grief earlier had disappeared. At the place where the black bear spirit fell, there was a crater in the rocks. The grayish-black vines between the rocks were also torn apart. Motherfucker, is this still a bear spirit? Was it still that stupid black bear that had turned into a demon? Why do I feel like he's 100 times more cunning than ordinary people? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent the mortals into his Qiankuan bag. Then, he sent his divine sense into the nearby ground. But a moment later, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and a dark green light flashed between his eyebrows again. The word, lightning, flew out of Xiaohua's forehead and rushed into the ground in the distance. Rumble! A muffled sound of thunder came from the bottom of a hill about 10 zhang away. This muffled sound did not even disturb the birds near the Black Cloud Ridge. Of course, this was on the premise that there were still surviving birds in this demonic Black Cloud Ridge. Boom! Immediately after, in front of Xiaohua, the hill that was almost 20 zhang tall suddenly shook violently. In an instant, It was as if a rock had broken through the sky. That hill turned into tens of thousands of huge rocks, and a black bear spirit that was almost 10 zhang tall rushed out from the hill with a roar. Although the cunning black bear spirit was now abnormally embarrassed and angry, he revealed his demon body dharma form and held a steel rod that was thicker than a human head in his left hand. Even his previously brownish-yellow eyes had now turned pitch black. However, this still couldn't hide his sorry state. Not to mention that the black bear spirit's black fur was now standing on end with streaks of lightning flashing between these black fur. Not to mention that the armor that covered his body was now completely shattered. Not to mention that the black gas that had transformed into a demon body was now riddled with holes by the lightning flashes and rolls of thunder technique. Just from the fact that the black bear spirit's thick arms were now trembling, one could tell that the black bear spirit had suffered a great loss at Xiaohua's hands. "You brat!" The black bear spirit jumped out of the hill, dust flying up from his body. Pieces of mountain rocks were shaken off by him. He was flustered and exasperated. "I see that your skin is soft and tender and there's nothing to chew on. I'm too lazy to eat you. Furthermore, I have urgent matters to attend to in the cave residence. I'm rushing back. It's not that I'm afraid of you. If you continue to pester me like this, don't blame me for swallowing you in one bite." "Are you talking about this beef leg?" Xiaohua smiled and reached out with his hand. He took out the tendons that the black bear spirit had just swallowed. "This human leg. TSK, isn't it a little too strong? However, let me give you a piece of advice. Beef should be roasted before eating it raw. It's easy to have diarrhea if you eat it raw. You're courting death." The black bear spirit's soft spot seemed to have been touched. His eyes flashed with ferocity. With a thoo sound, he jumped up from the ground. The Damascus steel staff in his hand made a deafening sound as he swung it at Xiaohua's head. He even whimpered, "I didn't want to kill you, but you insisted on making me kill you. Then don't blame me for not being merciful." "Merciful," Xiaohua smacked his lips. Looking at the black bear spirit who was much taller than him, he blinked. He really couldn't think of any connection between this black bear spirit and being merciful. The black bear spirit clearly wanted to silence him. The Damascus steel staff pressed down like a mountain, making one feel suffocated. However, seeing that Xiaohua still didn't seem to care, the black bear spirit almost wanted to cry. Regardless of whether Xiaohua had some ability or not, at least Xiaohua's demeanor as a grandmaster had completely stunned the black bear spirit. "Who is this person?" The enraged black bear spirit suddenly had a bad feeling. Just now, he had provoked the heavenly lightning when he escaped, and the heavenly lightning had strangely burrowed into the ground. Now, he actually wanted to kill this person. What method did this person have to deal with him? "I shouldn't have come out today." The black bear spirit suddenly felt a sense of regret. Wouldn't it be better to study the old tree roots in the cave abode? Just as the Damascus steel rod, which was even bigger than Xiaohua's head, landed on top of Xiaohua's head, Xiaohua did not disappoint the black bear spirit. With a slight wave of his hand, he took out a club that looked like a toy. Similarly, he roared, "I'll let you have a taste of Grandpa's power." Woo, dang! In exchange for these two sounds, the black bear spirit's entire world shook. The black bear spirit felt his arms go numb, and an unimaginable force rushed into his body. Even his 100 feet demon body could not withstand it. Not only was his roiling demonic aura torn apart, even his 100 feet demon body shrunk rapidly like air leaking out of a balloon. Not only that, the black bear spirit was sent flying like a fallen leaf. His dark eyes were filled with confusion, and other than the dang in his ears, there was no other sound. With a loud bang, the black bear spirit crashed into a hill again, creating another hole and tearing apart some grayish-black wild vines. Roar! The black bear spirit landed on the ground and struggled for a moment. He shook his head a few times and opened his mouth, revealing his blood-red tongue and snow-white teeth. Not only was he extremely vicious, but as the black bear spirit roared, waves of demonic aura surged under his black fur. This black bear spirit looked like he was going to stake it all on this one throw of his life against Xiaohua. Seeing this, Xiaohua also became alert. With the wishful staff in his hand, he took out a few fire talismans from the space and slowly flew towards the black bear spirit. However, just as Xiaohua flew closer, the black bear spirit roared and jumped up from the ground again. But at the same time, he fell to his knees with a plop. With two bang-bang sounds, the black bear spirit's forehead hit the rocks on the ground, sending the rocks flying. The black bear spirit was still sobbing as he shouted, "Grandpa, you're my grandpa. Please spare my life. This lowly one is just a small fry in the Black Wind Ridge. I can't compare to the first and second masters. This lowly one has never eaten a human before. You saw it very clearly just now. This lowly one only ate a cow leg. But I was afraid that the other spirits would laugh at me, so I had no choice but to eat the cow leg as a human leg. Moreover, those people were all eaten by the big bosses of the Black Wind Ridge. It has nothing to do with me." Ah! Xiaohua was inexplicably astonished. He looked at the black bear spirit who was begging for mercy in disbelief. Tears flowed out of the black bear spirit's eyes, which had already returned to its original brown color. Snot flowed out of its two small nostrils. It really looked like it was covered in snot and tears. "Get up." Xiaohua was not afraid of the black bear spirit's tricks. He flew closer and said lightly, "Yes, Grandpa." The black bear spirit responded and got up from the ground. He lowered his head pitifully and stood there. He even stole glances at Xiaohua, as if trying to figure out Xiaohua's thoughts. "I'm not your grandpa." Xiaohua glared at him. "Just call me Taoist priest." "Yes, Taoist priest." Seeing that Xiaohua did not directly kill him, the black bear spirit was immediately happy. He smiled and agreed. "I wonder why Taoist priest has come to my Black Cloud Ridge?" Although the black bear spirit wanted to smile, there was no flattery on his ferocious face. It was a kind of indescribable fierceness. Xiaohua frowned and asked curiously, "Just now you said that you were a small fry of the Black Wind Ridge. Why did you say that this is the Black Cloud Ridge?" "Oh, okay, Taoist priest knows." The black bear spirit hurriedly replied, "This is the Black Cloud Ridge. However, the Black Cloud Ridge is divided into 3 areas. They are the Black Wind Ridge, the Black Cloud Ridge, and the Lion Rock Ridge. I'm following the Black Wind Ridge's King Wancho. So it's like that." Hearing this, Xiaohua complained in his heart. He did not have time to ask the black bear spirit about the situation of the Black Cloud Ridge and the appearance of the spirits in the other 2 areas. He asked, "I have a few disciples who went missing near the Copper Pillar country. I searched for them in the surrounding hundreds of li, but there was no trace of them. I suspect that they were captured by the spirits of the Black Cloud Ridge. That's why I came to the Black Cloud Ridge to search. If you can help this old man find those disciples, this old man will spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chapter 3349. Taoist Elder. Upon hearing that Xiaohua had come to the Black Cloud Ridge to search for someone, the black bear spirit became anxious and shouted, "If you are looking for someone, you can go to the cave abode in the ridge to search. Why are you waiting here? Besides, if a human fell into the hands of the Black Cloud Ridge demons, which one of them didn't have a taste first? How can they still be intact at this time? Taoist Elder, you are making things difficult for me." Also, the black bear spirit pointed to the mountain in the distance and said, "Black Wind Ridge has King Wancho, Mo Yun Ridge has King Golden Eagle, and Lion Rock has King Wancher. Which one of them is not powerful? Taoist Elder, I can't even fight you, let alone these monster kings. Black Wind Ridge is fine, I can help you look, but the other 2 monster kings, I can't even get close to them. How can I help you find someone? Please take pity on me and let me live. Rather than offending 2 monster kings, I would rather die in your hands." Since you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish." Xiaohua waved the staff in his hand and smashed it at the hill next to the black bear spirit. With a boom, a piece of the hill was shaved off. As the dust flew, the black bear spirit quickly shrank back in fear. Xiaohua didn't pay any attention to him. He raised the wishful steel staff again and coldly said, "Wait until this old man smashes your brain, then I will go to the Black Wind Ridge, Lion Mountain, one by one." First, I will kill their first master, then I will ask the second master if he has seen this old man's disciple. Whoever says he hasn't, I will kill him. Until all the demons in this Black Wind Ridge are killed. Taoist Elder. The black bear spirit felt the baleful aura on Xiao Hua's wishful scepter and hurriedly hugged his head. Elder, please tell me what your disciple looks like and where he disappeared to. I will go back and ask if he was taken to Black Wind Ridge. If he is not in Black Wind Ridge, I really can't help you. You really don't know what's good for you. Xiao Hua shook the wishful staff and scolded, It seems that you will only be honest if I beat you up. Then, Xiao Hua told the black bear spirit about Xiao Jian and the others' appearances and where they might have gone missing. Unfortunately, the black bear spirit was confused. After all, in the eyes of demons, everyone was divided into two types, delicious and not delicious. How could the black bear spirit remember the faces of Xiao Jian and the others? Taoist priest, can you confirm that your disciple didn't go somewhere else? The black bear spirit could not help but cry out, Maybe they see a beautiful woman and marry into her family first? Xiao Hua really didn't expect this black bear spirit's heart to be so filthy. He spat and scolded, Do you think that my human clan is as promiscuous as your Yao clan? After he finished scolding her, Xiao Hua was also stunned. It seems that the phrase, promiscuous, is not suitable to be used here, right? Fortunately, the black bear spirit was not a Confucian cultivator and did not know how to use words. He did not know what promiscuous meant and could only blankly listen to Xiao Hua's scolding. This old man has already searched the surrounding several hundred miles. If there's really any possibility, then it's that he was captured by you evil spirits. Xiao Hua said coldly, Didn't you capture a few mortals to eat just now? Taoist priest, can you roughly tell me the time and location earlier? The black bear spirit was helpless and could only ask again. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, the black bear spirit blinked his small eyes and smiled. If it is as Taoist priest said, then at that time, that direction is really where my Black Wind Ridge hunted. If Taoist priest is not worried, this little one will return to the cave and help Taoist priest take a look. Don't worry, this little one does not eat human flesh, and Taoist priest's methods, this little one is also clear. If your disciples are in Black Wind Ridge, this little one will definitely bring them here. How can this old man believe you? Xiao Hua smiled faintly and said, Just bring this old man to your Black Wind Ridge's cave entrance. Please don't. Taoist priest. The black bear spirit panicked when he heard this. If this little one brings you there, the other demons will know that this little one brought you there. How can this little one stay in Black Wind Ridge in the future? That's still better than being beaten to death by this old man. Xiao Hua said coldly. Don't worry, Taoist priest. The black bear spirit said anxiously. This little one will definitely bring your disciples here. As long as they are in Black Wind Ridge and have not been eaten by others. Hearing the black bear spirit say that they were eaten, Xiao Hua was also a little anxious. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and the divine power centipede flew out. Xiao Hua pointed at the divine power centipede and said, Keep this thing in your pocket. If you don't come in 2 hours, this old man will let this thing bite you into pieces. Hiss, the black bear spirit saw the ferocity of the divine power centipede and the demon chi and golden light around it. He couldn't help but be afraid and gasped. He instinctively felt the power of the divine power centipede and knew that Xiao Hua was not lying. However, after a while, the black bear spirit's brown-yellow eyes turned. He did not hesitate to grab the divine power centipede and put it in his pocket. He smiled and said, Since Taoist priest does not trust this little one, then this little one will let Taoist priest be at ease. Good, Xiao Hua saw that the black bear spirit was rarely forthright and nodded in approval. Go ahead. Whether you find them or not, this old man will not take your life today. Yes. This little one will go over now. The black bear spirit became very obedient. He urged the demon cloud and quickly went into the depths of the black cloud ridge. Xiao Hua looked at the back of the black bear spirit and snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the wishful steel staff returned to the space. Then, he stretched out his hand and a black flame appeared in his hand. Immediately, a wisp of black gas appeared around Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not activate the flying talisman, but the black light in the black gas flashed and Xiaohua disappeared. There was no trace of spiritual power fluctuation at all. This was the demon realm's concealment technique. The black qi and black qi were naturally the result of Xiaohua's blood drop heavenly cave. Although the demon realm's concealment technique was powerful, it still relied on the demon fire and demon blood. The current hidden immortal continent was the world of Confucian cultivators. The righteous qi of Confucian cultivators was the nemesis of the demon blood and demon fire. Xiaohua did not want others to know that he had the demon realm's technique and attract the pursuit of thousands of righteous Confucian cultivators. The black bear spirit urged the demon cloud and rushed into the depths of the black cloud ridge. Although his speed was still the same, on his ugly bear face, a pair of eyes would turn from time to time. It was obvious that he was absent-minded. The depths of the black cloud ridge were different from the outside. Not only were there more black clouds, completely covering the sky, the blood-red sunset in the sky could not shed any light. Moreover, there was a cold mist in the black clouds. This mist was very light. Not to mention that it was impossible to see in the twilight. Even if the sun was high up in the sky, it might not be able to detect it. Moreover, this mist had an extremely strong corrosive power. Not to mention the bottom of the mountain, there were scars on the cobblestones of the dried-up riverbed. Even the rocks on the surface of the mountain were seeped with drops of black water. When the mountain wind blew, a large amount of black water would fall down. However, after entering the black cloud ridge, there were many trees and thorns. Needless to say, the thorns covered the ground and the surroundings of the mountain range. Sharp thorns flickered with a black light. Not only were they not corroded by the black mist, they were also extremely poisonous. The trees were also strange. The tree trunks had a layer of bark that looked like cow leather and was covered in layers of black water. The leaves on the branches were about a foot long and were also grayish-black in color. What was special was that there seemed to be a layer of oil on top of the grayish-black color. The faint mist condensed on the leaves and could not stay there. It directly turned into water droplets and slowly dripped down. The water droplet flew through the air and landed on the thorns on the ground. It spun a little before falling back down. Within the thorns, white bones and corroded holes could be seen everywhere. Where the black water droplet landed, it corroded another small hole into the skeleton. The black bear spirit naturally ignored all of this. He lowered his head and continued to fly forward. Suddenly, a sharp shriek sounded from the tree hole in front of him. The black bear spirit was so frightened that he stopped in midair. Second leader. Amidst the hiss, two dirty and smelly demons that looked like bats flew out. The one in front was very servile as he called out, "Why are you going to Lion Rock? Is this the first leader's idea? Why am I going to Lion Rock?" The black bear spirit roared, as if he was frightened by the two little demons. The two little demons did not seem to be afraid of the black bear spirit. Although they called him second leader, they smiled and said, "If second leader is not going to Lion Rock, why are you here? Moreover, this little one saw that you were flying in the direction of Lion Rock." At this point, the other little demon looked to his left and smiled. "Second leader, if you are going to find the 10,000 Lions King, Wan Wang will call me. I'm not happy with my life in the Black Wind Ridge either. I still want to follow Second Master to the Lion Rock to enjoy a good life." Scram. The black bear spirit's face was covered by black fur. It was not clear whether it was black or red. He scolded angrily, "I was just thinking about something. That's why I went the wrong way." With that, the black bear spirit controlled his demon cloud and flew in another direction. After the black bear spirit flew far away, the two small demons looked at each other and shouted a few words. They pointed at the black bear spirit and laughed, as if they didn't see the black bear spirit as their second in command. Then they took out two small pitchforks from the tree hole and flew around. The black bear spirit pulled himself together. Seeing that the sun was about to set, he did not dare to delay. He hurriedly controlled his demon cloud and rushed to the front of a cave before the sky turned dark. This cave was in the middle of a mountain. It was blocked by many mountain rocks and black wood. Not only was it difficult to see with the naked eye, but it was also difficult to find it with one's divine perception. What made Xiaohua, who was following behind, surprised was that the black bear spirit seemed to be homesick when he reached the cave. He did not dare to enter directly. Instead, he flew around the cave a few times. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he gritted his teeth and flew over. Chapter 3350. The entrance to the cave was not small, but to the black bear spirit, it was a little cramped. The black bear spirit's body flashed with black gas, shrinking his body slightly before entering. As soon as he entered the cave, there was a winding stone path. On both sides of the stone path, there were a few torches that had just been lit. This stone path looked different from the outside. It was huge, at least a few feet long, and the stone path looked very long, as if it had chiseled through the entire mountain ridge. Second Elder is back. A voice that was not very enthusiastic came from above the black bear spirit's head. The black bear spirit looked up, and a black bat that was a few feet long was hanging upside down on top of his head, baring its teeth and greeting him. The black bear spirit answered casually, and was about to step onto the stone path when the bat called out again, "Second Elder, don't be impatient. What is today's password?" "Password?" The black bear spirit stopped, raised his head and said coldly, "You tell me, what is today's password?" Second Elder." The bat laughed, "Don't make things difficult for me. Today is my turn to be on duty. Without the password, I dare not let any demons pass. This is the king's order." Unfortunately, before he could finish, the black bear spirit spat and scolded, "Since you know that I am the second elder, you should know that I never remember any passwords. I have been busy outside all day, and I am so hungry that my stomach is shriveled. Who has the patience to talk to you here?" With that, the black bear spirit ignored the bat and turned to step onto the stone path. However, just as the black bear spirit took 2 steps, there was a loud bang, and a hole appeared in the stone wall on his left. From that hole, a metal ball about 10 feet in size flew out. This metal ball was covered in spikes, and it made a woo-woo sound. The wind that it set off blew the black bear spirit's straight brown hair askew. The black bear spirit was shocked, and was caught off guard. Without thinking, he rushed forward and dodged the metal ball. The sharp spikes on the metal ball cut through the black bear spirit's armor. The black bear spirit did not care whether he was injured or not. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and took out the wrought iron staff that had been smashed in half by Xiaohua's wishful staff. It was also at this moment, woo! Another gust of wind whistled, and from the front of his head, an iron ball about 10 feet thick and as thick as an arm smashed towards him. The black bear spirit's expression changed. He raised his wrought steel staff to block it. Unfortunately, the wrought steel staff was no longer the same as before. The black bear spirit immediately realized that black clouds had appeared beneath his feet as he flew backwards. Fortunately, the iron ball had chains attached to it. It drew an arc in the air and disappeared into the stone wall. However, the black bear spirit retreated to the entrance of the cave. Damn it! The black bear spirit raised his head and looked at the bat on the stone wall. He knew that the trap was set up by this fellow. Unfortunately, he could only curse a little and did not dare to kill him. However, the black bear spirit really did not remember what today's password was. He could not help but stand there awkwardly. Just then, there was a commotion outside the cave. Thud, 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 thud. A few heavy footsteps were heard. 3 bear spirits that looked like the black bear spirit but were one size smaller walked in, each carrying a few people or beasts. The few bear spirits saw the big black bear spirit and were slightly surprised. They hurriedly went forward and called out, "Big brother." Unfortunately, before they could say anything, a sinister voice sounded from above their heads. Big brother? Who in this Black Wind Ridge calls him Big Brother? You guys really dare to call him that?" Yes, second master, second master." The other bear spirit seemed to be smart and quickly changed his words. "We're used to calling him Big Brother. We really can't change it. In the future, we brothers will be careful, we will definitely be careful." Yes, we understand." The other bear spirits hurriedly agreed. The black bear spirit at the side felt a little sour. The hesitation from before seemed to have made a decision. Since the black bear spirit had made up his mind, he did not waste any more time and asked in a low voice, "What's today's password?" It seemed that all the black bear spirits had the same brain. They could not even remember a simple password. The 4 black bear spirits looked at each other. The one who looked smart earlier hesitated and said, "It seems to be a little girl who picks something? A little girl who picks flowers? A little girl who picks people's heads? A little girl who picks pine nuts? A little girl who picks rocks?" The 4 bear spirits started guessing one by one under the bat. Looking at the bear spirits who were being fooled by him, the bat on the stone wall sneered. Unfortunately, he did not notice that the black bear spirit, as the second master, had a cold glint in his eyes. "A little girl who picks mushrooms." One of the bear spirits suddenly had an idea and shouted out the password for today's Black Wind Ridge. Yes, pick mushrooms, pick mushrooms." The bear spirits were enlightened. Damn it, what's so good about mushrooms? They can't compare to a little girl. What's so good about picking them? Second master, please. The bat was done laughing and said in a low voice. The black bear spirit snorted and led the 4 bear spirits onto the stone path. As expected, the mechanism on the stone path did not appear again. The stone path was very long and curved. There were many forks in the path as well. Different bats would hide in the dark at each fork and ask for the password. The black bear spirit had to suppress his temper and answer every time. As for the patrol teams that occasionally passed by the stone path, they were all black bears or other beasts. They were respectful to the black bear spirit and did not dare to question him. "Big brother." After passing a dark turn and seeing that there were no bats around, the smart bear spirit lowered his voice and said, "Something's not right. Why did the king suddenly think of using a password?" "What's not right? Didn't he use it before?" The black bear spirit replied indifferently. "I remember that it's even more complicated than this little girl. The problem is not that he used it before, big brother." The bear spirit was a little anxious. "The problem is that he used it too frequently. Just now at the cave entrance. Was big brother blocked by those blood bats? Didn't those blood bats lying in ambush ask him the same thing? It wasn't so troublesome in the past, right? Even if big brother can't remember the password, he definitely wouldn't block the entrance and not let us in, right? Damn it, this is our own cave. How dare he not let us in ourselves?" Another bear spirit seemed to understand something and was furious. What are you talking about?" The black bear spirit snorted and said indifferently, "This used to be our own cave. But since we've submitted to King Wancho, this cave belongs to King Wancho. We're all subordinates of the king. We do whatever the king tells us to do. As for the password, that's the king's wit. If I were the king, I wouldn't be able to come up with such a brilliant plan." "Big brother." The bear spirit was stunned. "That old bat." Slap. Without waiting for the bear spirit to finish, the black bear spirit slapped the bear spirit's face and scolded, "That's the king." With that, he left without looking back. Sigh. The bear spirits were a little dejected. They followed behind the black bear spirit and quickly caught up. The cave abode in Black Wind Ridge was really big, but the black bear spirit was very familiar with it. After about half the time it took to finish a meal, it walked past a waterfall-like water curtain and came face to face with a hall that was about 100 feet wide. This hall was very simple. Other than a few thick stalactites supporting the 4 corners like pillars, there were some rough stone benches and stone tables scattered on the floor of the hall. On the floor, other than some white bones and skeletons, there were also some bloody and smelly skeletons of beasts and humans. At this moment, the hall was a little noisy. About 100 beastly little demons were busy. Some were holding wine cups in their hands, while others were holding bloody flesh. These little demons walked among the few stone tables, as if they were setting something up. Looking at the side of the hall, other than a huge wine jar, a steaming stove, and a mess of weapons, there were about 10 people of various colors who were on the verge of death. These people were either unconscious with their heads lowered or with their eyes slightly open. However, all of them looked dispirited, no different from lambs waiting to be slaughtered. When the black bear spirit entered the hall, a few little demons nearby hurriedly bowed. However, the black bear spirit was distracted. He waved his hand and his gaze landed on the dozens of captured humans. Unfortunately, the black bear spirit looked at them for a while. Not only did he not see Xiao Jian and the rest, he did not even see anyone wearing a Taoist robe. A trace of regret appeared on the black bear spirit's face for no reason. It was as if he was extremely disappointed that Xiao Jian and the rest were not here. "Second brother, you're back?" At this moment, a sharp voice sounded, as if it could tear the black bear spirit's ears apart. The black bear spirit hurriedly turned his head and put on a fawning smile. He shouted, "Great king, this little one is back. What good things have happened today? Why did the great king arrange such a grand banquet?" However, when he saw the scene in the depths of the hall, his expression changed. There was a high platform in the depths of the hall. At the edge of the platform, there was a short bone wall made of skeletons, separating the platform from the hall. On the platform, there were originally 2 stone chairs made of tiger skin. Now there were 3. Sitting on the centermost stone chair was a 2 zhang tall bat monster. The bat monster had 2 pitch-black fleshy wings that were 3 to 4 zhang long. At this moment, one of the fleshy wings extended a fleshy claw to grab the stone wall, while the other fleshy claw grabbed a fist-sized wine cup. The bat monster's face was triangular. Its 2 scarlet eyes stared unblinkingly at the black bear spirit. On the left of the bat monster, there was another bat monster sitting on the stone chair that the black bear spirit was originally sitting on. However, this bat monster was snow. Layers of white fur covered its body like snowflakes. This bat monster's posture was similar to the one sitting in the middle. They both held a wine cup in their hands. Their scarlet eyes were also looking at the black bear spirit. Chapter 33:51. Come, second brother. This is the Snow Bat King that Big Brother has mentioned to you many times. Come over and greet him. The bat in the middle is obviously King Wancho. Seeing the black bear spirit in a daze, he hurriedly calls out, "Yes, king." The black bear spirit hurriedly runs over. Without waiting for him to reach the stage, he hurriedly salutes, "Greetings, Snow Bat King." King has always been talking about Snow Bat King. I have always admired him. I did not expect to finally meet him today. Come, let me toast Snow Bat King. As the black bear spirit speaks, he reaches out and picks up a jar of wine from the stone table beside him and raises it. Second brother, don't be anxious. Without waiting for Snow Bat King to speak, King Wancho laughs. Snow Bat King is here to seek refuge with my Black Wind Ridge. Since he is here, he will not leave. In the future, you will have plenty of opportunities to drink. Today is a banquet to welcome him. In a while, many brothers will be toasting him. Don't let him drink too much. Oh, that's right. In a while, you still have to lead a group of brothers to toast him. Similarly, don't drink too much now. The black bear spirit is very embarrassed. Holding the jar of wine in midair, he smiles and says, yes, I understand. I will listen to King's instructions. As he speaks, he places the jar of wine back on the stone table. Seeing the black bear spirit's embarrassment, King Wancho laughs. Second brother, did you catch anything today? I know that Snow Bat King is coming today and wanted to give you a surprise. I specially let you go out to hunt. Bring the people you caught as a gift for Snow Bat King. The black bear spirit is stunned. The people he caught were all saved by Xiaohua. How can there be any living people in his hands now? King Wancho's face changes. He snorts, What? You went out for a day and you did not find a single person? Then, King Wancho looks at Snow Bat King and says, Second brother, you know the rules of my Black Wind Ridge. If you go out to hunt and don't catch anything, you will not have meat to eat when you return. Today is a banquet to welcome Snow Bat King. Returning empty-handed, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that you do not welcome Snow Bat King? Or, do you have objections to Big Brother's rules? The black bear spirit is shocked and hurriedly says, King, you misunderstand. The Snow Bat King is the king's good friend. How can I not welcome him? Besides, I didn't know that the Snow Bat King would come to my Black Wind Ridge. How could this little one have such thoughts? King Wancho sneered again. What a useless thing. You are the second in command of my Black Wind Ridge, and yet you failed to capture anyone. Where is this king's face? Hee, great king, the Snow Bat King who had been silent all this while opened his mouth and laughed. I have long heard of the great king's black bear spirit. That day at the Black Cloud Ridge, he was on par with Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock and was a hero. Now that they had pledged their allegiance to the king, under the wise leadership of the king, they would definitely become even more valiant. How could they be useless? Perhaps it's just a coincidence that we didn't meet anyone alive today. I believe that this is just He Xiong's bad luck. It's impossible for He Xiong to have any thoughts in mind. King Wancho snorted coldly and said, Since King Snowbat has pleaded for mercy, I will not pursue this matter any further. However, the rules of my Black Wind Ridge cannot be changed. Black Bear Spirit, don't eat meat today. Yes, I understand. When Black Bear Spirit heard that King Wancho no longer called him second in command and instead called him Black Bear Spirit, he understood and did not dare to refute. He lowered his head and hurriedly replied. Hee, great king. King Snowbat laughed from the side again. I have just arrived at Black Wind Ridge and I have already let Black Bear Spirit starve. How am I going to interact with him in the future? Oh, I have a few people here that I picked up on the way here. How about this as a gift for Black Bear Spirit? With that, King Snowbat waved his hand and took out 5 people from the small universal pouch at his waist and threw them onto the high platform. All right, we will do as King Snowbat says. King Wancho laughed and glared at Black Bear Spirit. Why aren't you thanking King Snowbat? However, Black Bear Spirit seemed to have lost his soul. His eyes stared straight at the 5 people on the high platform and did not say a single word. This was because one of the 5 people was Xiao Jian in his Taoist robe. The other 4 people were Lu Yi and Yuan Ya. However, Xiao Jian and Lu Yi opened their eyes as if they had just woken up from a dream. When they saw everything in front of them, their faces turned pale. As for the incomparably valiant Yuan Ya, his eyes were tightly shut as if he had fainted. Black Bear Spirit. King Wancho was enraged. He almost flew up and shouted, Are you rebelling? I called you and you dare not answer? Great king, great king. Black Bear Spirit woke up and hurriedly shouted, I was distracted for a moment. Please calm down, great king. Distracted? What are you distracted for? King Wancho sneered and asked, Could it be that you have other thoughts in your heart? Black Bear Spirit smiled and pointed at the 5 people. I was surprised by King Snowbat's methods. This seems to be a Taoist from the Taoist sect. He should have some tricks up his sleeves. For King Snowbat to capture 5 Taoists in one go, he is definitely stronger than me. I admire King Snowbat from the bottom of my heart. How about this? I admit that I am no match for King Snowbat. How about we give King Snowbat the position of the second head of Black Wind Ridge? I am willing to be the third head. Please allow me, great king. Seeing Black Bear Spirit being so tactful, King Wancho laughed and raised the wine cup in his hand. All right, we will do as third brother says. King Snowbat will be the second head of Black Wind Ridge. Come, let us have a drink. Black Bear Spirit saw that King Wancho did not say anything and drank first. He helplessly picked up the wine jar from the stone table beside him and respectfully drank a few mouthfuls with the 2 of them. Good wine. King Snowbat sighed. Great King's wine is indeed mouthwatering. However, if there is only good wine and no meat, wouldn't it spoil the mood? Come, Great King. This person's muscles are firm and very strong. Why don't you have a taste? With that said, King Snowbat used the small claws on his wings to grab Yuan Ya and threw him to King Wancho. Many thanks, second brother. King Wancho took Yuan Ya and touched him with his claws. He was immediately overjoyed. Come, third brother, this boy is also very tender. The Snowbat King threw Lu Yi to the Black Bear Spirit again. Black Bear Spirit helplessly caught him and watched as King Snowbat picked another slightly younger person. His mind raced, trying to think of a way to save Yuan Ya and Lu Yi. However, when he saw King Wancho's teeth moving towards Yuan Ye's neck, Black Bear Spirit's clumsy mind still could not come up with any ideas. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Black Bear Spirit shouted, "Wait!" King Wancho was slightly taken aback. It was also at this moment that a trace of astonishment appeared on his extremely ugly face. A faint red demonic mist instantly appeared around his body as his entire body flew to the side like a ghost. "Who?" A hoarse roar of anger came from King Wancho's bloody mouth at the same time. "Woo!" King Wancho dodged extremely quickly, but a stick that appeared out of thin air was even faster. The sound of the wind from the stick combined with King Wancho's roar had already hit his head. Wah wah! King Wancho spat out a sky-piercing sound wave. Black Bear Spirit saw with his own eyes that waves of air were shattered by the sound wave. Strands of something that looked like void black silk appeared in the air and rushed towards the stick and the mysterious person behind it. Damn it! Black Bear Spirit was stunned on the spot, trembling with fear. It wasn't just because of King Wancho's sound wave that could shatter everything. That day, he was knocked unconscious by this sound wave, causing the Black Wind Ridge to fall into the hands of the bat monsters. It was also because he was extremely familiar with this club. Not long ago, he was almost killed by this club that could stretch and retract. How could the Black Bear Spirit not know that Xiaohua had already followed him here? He almost groaned as he cried out, "What should I do?" Black Bear Spirit only cried out once because the moment King Wancho's sound wave was released, the entire cave dwelling shook like a huge wave. Waves of pain that felt like knives cutting through the Black Bear Spirit's mind grew. He could no longer pay attention to the battle between Xiaohua and King Wancho, hugging his head and rolling on the ground. Of course, when Black Bear Spirit was lying down, he did not forget to carefully place Lu Yi under a table. When Black Bear Spirit was lying down, he missed a good show. Although King Wancho's sound attack was extremely powerful, and something similar to spatial cracks blocked the wishful stick, the wishful stick did not seem to be afraid. Where the stick passed, these extremely powerful cracks were all destroyed. The cracks that had been destroyed immediately recovered. King Wancho was shocked and flapped his wings again, preparing to fly. Furthermore, King Wancho had already calculated that the head of the club was only at the bottom of his feet. His flight was definitely several tens of feet. Although the newcomer did not reveal himself, from the way the club moved, it was clear that the newcomer's flying technique was not as fast as his. As long as he could avoid this sneak attack, King Wancho was confident that he could escape from the cave dwelling of Black Cloud Ridge. He was even confident that he could join forces with King Snowbat to kill the person who came. King Wancho thought so and did so. Of course, the effect was as he thought. Seeing that he had escaped the attack range of the stick, King Wancho still had time to throw away the abyss cliff in his hand. He looked again at King Snowbat, who had just reacted behind the stick, and opened his mouth to attack again. At this time, something happened that made his soul fly out of his body. The head of the club that had already landed on his chest suddenly became larger and longer at a speed faster than the flying sword. Without waiting for him to react, it immediately pierced into his chest. Pooh! The golden silk soft armor did not have any resistance at all. King Wancho's demon body that he was so proud of also could not block this attack. Chapter 3352. You? Who the hell are you? King Wancho's shriveled corpse hung on the wishful scepter like a kite. He still looked at the wishful scepter and couldn't help but ask, "Dao Sex Xiaohua?" Xiaohua's figure faintly appeared in the air, holding the wishful scepter in one hand as if holding a long sword, and coldly said, "Dao? Dao sect? When did this king offend the Dao sect?" King Wancho's mouth flowed with dirty blood. "They actually let you kill this king. Murderers will always be killed, devourers will always die. You eat raw human flesh, and now you will be killed by this Xiao." Xiaohua shook the wishful scepter, and King Wancho's corpse fell from the air. He then turned his head and looked at the somewhat hesitant Snowbat King. "Why don't you do it?" Snowbat King laughed. "This one just came to Black Wind Ridge to join the gang. This is the first time I came to Black Wind Ridge. Immortal Friend must have been hiding nearby and must have heard. Since Immortal Friend came to find King Wancho's displeasure, then this one has nothing to do with this one, and everything in Blackwind Ridge has nothing to do with this one. Moreover, this one also has to thank Immortal Friend for killing King Wancho, so this one won't have to worry about it in the future. Ah, that's really good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and laughed, looking at Snow Bat King with interest. So, you still have to thank this old man? That's natural. Snow Bat King nodded and pointed to the left. This one just said clearly that this is the first time this one has come to this cave. I don't know what's inside. If Immortal Friend likes anything, you can take it. Oh, there is also the second master of Blackwind Ridge here. He must be very familiar with this place. Immortal Friend can capture him and torture him. Of course, if Immortal Friend can also kill him, this one will be even more grateful. Wait until this one has control of Blackwind Ridge. If Immortal Friend comes to Blackwind Ridge in the future, this one will lead the small ones to welcome Immortal Friend. At this moment, in the hall, a group of small demons were struggling to get up from the ground. King Wancho's final strike before his death was not something that ordinary people or demons could withstand. A few thin and weak elk demons were already sitting on the ground with blood dripping from their ears, unable to get up. Even the dozen or so bat monsters were somewhat dispirited and listless. However, they all looked at Xiao Hua in fear. They were afraid that they had enmity with Xiao Hua in the past, and now he wanted their lives. Xiao Jian, Lu Yi, and the others were in an even worse state. They were also lying on the ground with blood flowing out of their ears. However, Xiao Hua's soul sense had already swept over them. He knew that they were only unconscious and were not seriously injured. Therefore, in order to not attract the Snow Bat King's attention, Xiao Hua simply ignored them. Poor Black Bear. Xiao Hua smiled at the Black Bear spirit who had just stood up. I didn't expect you to be so weak in the Blackwind Ridge. No wonder you only dare to call yourself a small demon in the Blackwind Ridge. Oh no, seeing the smile on Xiao Hua's face, the Snow Bat King's heart skipped a beat. It suddenly recalled the Black Bear spirit's cry before King Wancho was ambushed by Xiao Hua. It immediately understood. It opened its mouth and said, "Everyone, the Black Bear spirit is colluding with the human race to take over my Blackwind Ridge. Come. I will fight to the death with this human and the Black Bear spirit. As long as we can kill the Black Bear spirit and this human, this king will reward you with primal stones." As it spoke, the Snow Bat King's body began to emit a bloody mist similar to King Wancho's. This bloody mist surged in all directions. The originally timid small demons, no matter if they were bats or bears, upon contact with the bloody mist, their eyes immediately turned blood red. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward Xiao Hua and the Black Bear spirit. Xiao Hua sneered. He shouted at the Black Bear spirit, "This Xiao will give you a chance to regain control of Blackwind Ridge. You better make good use of it." Yes, Taoist. At this point, how could the Black Bear spirit not understand Xiao Hua's intentions? While lamenting that he had shouted, "Wait," in time, he summoned his monster cloud and was about to rush out of the hall. Squeak squeak. Before the Black Bear spirit could fly away, the Snow Bat King also spread its wings and quickly distanced itself from Xiao Hua. Then, it opened its mouth again and a sound wave that was not inferior to King Wancho's shot toward Xiao Hua. What was even more amazing was that a dozen or so bat monsters also charged into the air following the Snow Bat King's attack. They all opened their mouths and different sound waves rushed toward Xiao Hua like streams and waves. Haha. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. If this was before, Xiao Hua would have had to rely on a magical treasure that was also a sound attack. Or he would have had to rely on the innate divine restriction in his Naiwan palace to block it. But after his battle with the Confucian cultivator, Xiao Hua understood that the lightning thunder technique was the bane of all sound attacks. It could even be said that any green seal character was the bane of sound attacks. Since this was the case, what did Xiao Hua have to fear? Rumble. Layers upon layers of green light flowed out from between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. One by one, the green seal characters of lightning vibrated within the green light. This lightning was not only born within the Great Hall, It struck down all the bats except for the Snow Bat King. Following the release of Xiao Hua's soul sense, it spread throughout the entire cavern of Black Wind Ridge. One by one, the bats fell to the ground amidst the sound of thunder. They either fainted or were directly killed. The Green Seal character's backlash to sound attacks was simply too strong. When the Black Bear spirit saw the green lightning, he first shrunk his neck in fear as if he wanted to avoid it. But when he saw that the lightning had killed the bat monsters, he immediately became happy. He waved the half of his steel staff and shouted, "Boy, follow me to kill those bald birds. From now on, Black Wind Ridge will be our world again." Although the rest of the bear spirits and lesser demons were a little dizzy, they couldn't resist the temptation of the Black Bear spirit's words. One by one, they roared and ran towards the stone wall in the distance. Some even picked up the stone table and rushed out of the hall. As they ran, they killed the already fainted bat monsters one by one. The Black Bear spirit carefully stood by the side of the captured humans. He stared at the lesser demons as they left before he could rest assured and kill his way out. The Snow Bat King obviously didn't expect Xiao Hua to know the lightning and thunder technique. This kind of soul cultivator's soul technique was far more harmful to bats than the wishful steel staff. In just a few rounds of the lightning and thunder technique, not only was the Snow Bat King's body scorched by the lightning, but even the Snow Bat King, who lived in the air, could no longer fly in the air. Instead, he fell to the ground, his wings trembling violently. "You have such great magical powers. Why did you help the Black Bear spirit? What did he give you as a reward?" "Whatever he can give, I can give it to him." Xiao Hua sneered. "What can a Black Bear spirit give this old man as a reward? Do you think this old man can be controlled by a demon? Then why did you?" Suddenly, the Snow Bat King seemed to understand something. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Jian, who had long fainted among the mortals. His robe was particularly eye-catching now. "Is your disciple?" The Snow Bat King took a deep breath. "When I captured him, I seemed to have heard him shouting that there was a powerful senior who would save him. It was you, wasn't it?" "That's right. He was talking about this old Xiao." Xiao Hua did not turn his head to look at Xiao Jian. Instead, he indifferently replied, "It's just that he is not this old Zhao's disciple. He is merely an ordinary Dao disciple." "Since he is not your disciple, and he is merely an ordinary Dao disciple, why did you chase him for 1,000 li to save him? Moreover, you also wanted to kill all of the bat monsters in the Black Wind Mountain range? Since he is my Dao disciple, no matter who he is, this old Xiao should save him. Not to mention, this old man has only met him once." Xiao Hua let out a long laugh. "Perhaps in the past, my Dao disciple was bullied by you demons, Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sections. But from today onwards, from this old Xiao, no Dao disciple will be bullied by you. Even more so, they will not become your food. This old Xiao wants to establish a Dao sect in the hidden immortal continent, in the Western Paradise, in the 1,000 Demons sacred realm." "Establish a Dao sect?" The Snow Bat King laughed involuntarily. He pointed at Xiao Hua and said in a mocking tone, "You are crazy. You actually want to establish a Dao sect 1,000,000 years after the Dao sect was annihilated and revive the Dao sect? If you don't do some things, you will never know whether you will succeed or not." Xiao Hua faintly smiled. "However, whether this matter will succeed or not, this old Xiao does not know. What this old Xiao knows is that you must die today." "Wait." The Snow Bat King was anxious. "This old one knows a secret about the Dao sect. Go to hell." Xiao Hua showed no mercy. The wishful staff smashed down and the Snow Bat King's head immediately shattered. This old Xiao does not care about secrets that are exchanged with life. The so-called secrets are nothing more than some boring things that are hidden by people and deliberately mysterious. Looking at the corpses of the Snow Bat King and Wanchou King, Xiao Hua waved his hand. A faint Samadhi true fire was born and casually fell on the two demons. In just a moment, the corpses turned into ashes. Naturally, Xiaohua did not hesitate to accept the small Qingquan bags of the two demons and threw them into the space without looking at them. Subsequently, Xiaohua glanced at the messy hall and looked at the group of unconscious mortals. He sighed and walked to the side of Lu Yi, who was thrown under the stone table by the black bear spirit. Lu Yi looked very painful. Obviously, not only was he almost eaten by the black bear spirit, but the screams of Wanchou King and the Snow Bat King were also unbearable for him. Xiaohua stretched out a hand and checked, then took out a long silver needle from the space. With 2 fingers twisting, the silver needle trembled and inserted into Lu Yi's eyebrows. As a faint wisp of true essence rushed in, Lu Yi's eyelids began to tremble slightly. When Xiaohua pulled out the silver needles, Lu Yi opened his eyes. When he saw Xiaohua's face, before he could even call out, "Taoist priest," an incomparable dizziness appeared in his mind. Then a strong feeling of vomiting came from his stomach. Lu Yi couldn't help but fall to the ground and vomit mouthfuls of water. The indescribable nausea made him unable to control himself. Chapter 3353. Xiaohua knew that this was the result of the sound wave attack from the 2 bat monsters. He didn't stay any longer and quickly walked to Yuanya, who was thrown aside by King Wanchou. Yuanya was different from Lu Yi. When he was captured, he was knocked unconscious by the Snow Bat King's demonic technique. When Xiaohua used the lightning flash and thunder roll technique, part of the demonic technique was removed. At this time, Xiaohua looked at him and a strand of true essence rushed into Yuanya's body. In a moment, Yuanya woke up. Seeing Xiaohua's familiar face, he jumped up like a carp and hurriedly bowed. "Bring your master here." Xiaohua glanced at Xiao Jian, who was lying in the crowd, and ordered Yuanya. "Yes, immortal elder." Yuanya glanced at the hall. His eyes were full of bat monsters' corpses. It was abnormally bloody. He didn't see the monster who captured him. He didn't dare to ask more and hurriedly answered and brought Xiao Jian over. Xiaohua also woke Xiao Jian up. Xiao Jian was in an even worse state than Lu. His entire body was twitching as he lay on the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of acid. There was still a remnant of his divine sense in his Naiwan palace, and this divine sense was the main culprit. After waking up the 3 of them, Xiaohua was not in a hurry to wake up the others. Instead, he walked up to the high platform and slowly sat down. He released his divine sense and pressure. The pressure that was comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator flowed along the stone path like a stormy sea and covered the entire Black Wind Ridge through the rock walls. This time, there was no need for any lightning or thunder technique. The bat monsters and bear spirits that had been struggling all this time were all prostrated on the ground and trembling all over. Rumble! Layers of lightning appeared out of nowhere, killing the fainted bat monsters one by one. The eyes of the black bear spirit, who had already collapsed on the ground, flashed with fear. When he stole a glance at the other bear spirits, he realized that those ferocious demon spirits were even weaker than the black bear spirit. Many of them hid their heads in their bosoms, not daring to lift their heads. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xiaohua's voice sounded like the sound of heaven in Black Wind Ridge. "Black bear monster, if you want to be the king of Black Wind Ridge, immediately take your sons and kill all the bat monsters. Don't leak any information." Yes, I know. The black bear spirit sensed that Xiaohua's pressure and divine sense had receded. He hurriedly jumped up from the ground and yelled as he led the little demons to sweep through the entire Black Wind Ridge cave. Before the group of small demons could charge out with the black bear spirit, the Herculean centipede that had been hiding in the black bear spirit's bosom had already roared and charged into the sky. Ever since he saw Xiaohua, Yuanya had never felt that Xiaohua would be so majestic. He also never thought that Xiaohua would give him this kind of invincible feeling. It was as if Xiaohua, who was sitting on the tiger-skin stone chair, was a vast ocean, a towering mountain peak, so high that it was difficult to reach. Yuanya relied on his instincts to judge people and things. He knew that all the powerful demon beasts he had encountered in the profound Jade Dark Forest combined were probably not Xiaohua's opponent. Thinking up to this point, Yuanya was once again at a loss. It seemed that Xiaohua wasn't this powerful on the Longevity Town's arena. At this time, Xiao Jian and Lu Yi had already recovered. Although their faces were as pale as paper, they were already able to stand steadily and did not need to lie on the ground. Lu Yi obediently stood beside Xiao Hua and did not say much. However, Xiao Jian could not. When the oppressive pressure around Xiao Hua disappeared, he hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, "Junior thanks Senior Xiao for saving my life. And there's no need to be polite." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "You are a disciple of my Dao sect. This old man has already said it in front of Master Dao Shan's corpse in the Seven Suns Temple. As long as this old man knows, I will definitely not let any disciple of my Dao sect be bullied. You are acquainted with this old man, and there is also fate between us. Naturally, I will save you." Following which, Xiao Hua looked at Lu Yi and asked, "How did you all fall into the hands of the bat monster?" Lu Yi glanced at Xiao Jian, who had an unnatural expression on his face, and told him everything that had happened. Similar to Fuji Wen's guess, the moment Xiao Jian left the capital of Copper Pillar Country, he immediately used silver to purchase 6 steeds, and each of them fled towards Jiang Country. When they encountered a fork in the road, Xiao Jian only hesitated for a moment before rushing in. Of course, Lu Yi wanted to oppose it, as he was afraid that Xiao Hua would not be able to find him after flying out of Copper Pillar Country. However, after hearing Xiao Jian's explanation about the spiritual will, he had no choice but to follow Xiao Jian into the desolate path. Xiao Jian's choice was not bad, but his luck was not good. Not long after, before he could find a suitable place to hide, he was seen by the Snow Bat King who was passing by in the sky. 6 horses and 3 people, it was the best gift that the Snow Bat King gave to King Wanchou. Although Yuanya had the magic hammer, that thing was kept in the small universe bag by Xiao Jian. Before he could take it out, Yuanya was knocked unconscious by the Snow Bat King and kept in the bag. At the end, Lu Yi could not help but be surprised. He looked left and right and asked curiously, "Taoist priest, where is this place? Is it that bat monster's lair?" "Hee, this is the Black Cloud Ridge." Xiao Hua laughed, "And it's the lair of a black bear spirit. Black Cloud Ridge." Xiao Jian's face turned black. Today's matter was too dangerous. If Xiao Hua did not come to save them, they would have become food for the demons of the Black Cloud Ridge. Then, what about Master Dao Shan? Xiao Jian could not help but ask. He was really curious. After Xiao Hua sent them out of the Bronze Pillar Nation, what did Xiao Hua do? Xiao Hua's cultivation level was so high, but he was still so serious about this matter. This meant that the mastermind who plotted against the Seven Suns Temple must have a powerful background. Who can stop me from doing what I want to do?" Xiao Hua snorted arrogantly. "The mastermind who attacked the 21 people of the Seven Suns Temple has been killed by me. It was Jiang Wenhao from the Bronze Pillar Nation's Imperial Academy." Hiss, Xiao Jian immediately understood. Xiao Hua actually sneaked into the Bronze Pillar Nation's Imperial Academy and killed a Confucian cultivator. Thinking about how Xiao Hua could easily enter the Imperial Academy and kill people, Xiao Jian could not help but gasp. However, when Xiao Hua rode on a heavenly horse and barged into the Imperial Academy, destroyed the Imperial Academy's gate and killed Jiang Wenhao in front of everyone, Xiao Jian was stunned. He could not help but look at Xiao Hua from head to toe again. He screamed in his heart, Is this still the little Taoist that I saved?" Fortunately, this Xiao did not offend him. In the future, I'm afraid we have good karma. After the shock passed, Xiao Jian was overjoyed. Xiao Hua could barge into the Imperial Academy for a total stranger. He could be considered Xiao Hua's benefactor. How could Xiao Hua not care about his matters? Previously, Xiao Hua was cold to him because he did not cater to Xiao Hua's interests. He did not understand Xiao Hua's warm-hearted nature and was wary of him. Now that Xiao Hua had given him the heavenly pill and saved him again, if he did not make use of this opportunity, he would be ashamed to be the king of the nation. Senior's actions in less than half a day, the entire country of Shi will praise Taoist priest's name. I'm sure there will be more Taoist friends coming to join you. Xiao Jian congratulated him and reminded him softly, and the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect will also take notice of you. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If a pile is higher than the shore, it will be swept away by the current. This saying has never been broken. Xiao Hua said indifferently, the Taoist friends may not dare to come, but the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect experts will be here soon. Then what should we do? Xiao Jian naturally understood the danger and frowned. We can either hide in the forest or hide in the city. Xiao Hua did not panic, as if he already had a plan. Hide in the city? Xiao Jian shook his head slightly. The four of us did not disguise our appearances. I'm afraid it will not be easy to hide in the capital. In my opinion, we can only hide in the forest. After we leave the Black Cloud Ridge, we can find a place with beautiful scenery. The Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect will not be able to find us. Why do we have to wait until we leave the Black Cloud Ridge? Xiao Hua laughed and asked. If we don't leave the Black Cloud Ridge, how can we find? Just as he said this, Xiao Jian suddenly realized. He slapped his forehead and shouted, AI, why didn't I think of it? Senior's idea is indeed wonderful. If we hide in the Black Cloud Ridge, who would think of it? After all, Lu Yi was still immortal. The demonic arts of the two bat monsters had a deep influence on him. Until now, he still felt that the whole world in front of him was shaking slightly. An indescribable feeling of vomiting was even more profound than a hangover. He had already sworn in his heart that he would never drink another mouthful of wine in this life. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Lu Yi's pale face showed a shocked expression. He could not help but shout, Taoist priest wants to occupy the mountain and become the king? Who said I want to occupy the mountain and become the king? Xiao Hua laughed. Being the king of the mountain is a promising future. I don't have that fortune. I only said that I wanted to rest in the Black Cloud Ridge for a while. I never said I wanted to occupy the mountain and become the king. While speaking, the Herculean centipede flew back and landed on Xiao Hua's shoulder rather proudly. It was in the same position as Little Black and Little Black previously. Its scissor-like antennae were even making kacha-kacha sounds, looking quite lively. Soon after, the black bear spirit also brought the other bear spirits and all kinds of small demons back. As soon as they entered the hall, they immediately changed into a kind of trembling with fear and respect. The lethality that Xiao Hua displayed really shocked them too much. They knew better than anyone else how powerful the bat monster's attacks were. Back then, King Wanshou relied on the sound attack that the bear spirits could not resist and took the Black Wind Ridge from the black bear spirit. The black bear spirit and the group of small demons did not have any power to resist the bat monsters. After so many years, they could be considered to have suffered all kinds of humiliation. Just as Xiao Hua saw when he was invisible, the black bear spirit was the second master in name, but that was only in name. It was just a method that King Wanshou used to control the bear spirits. It was just a trick to make the bear spirits work for him. Facing a fierce person like Xiao Hua who relied on his own strength to kill almost all the bat monsters, they really could not produce a trace of disobedience in their hearts. Chapter 3354. Greetings, my king. As soon as he saw Xiao Hua sitting on the tiger-skin stone chair, the black bear spirit immediately understood what Xiao Hua was thinking. Although he was very uncomfortable in his heart, but this was better than being the third master under the two bat monsters, right? The black bear spirit kneeled on the ground without hesitation and said respectfully. The other bear spirits reacted a little slower. They looked at Xiao Hua confusedly as if they had never thought that a human could sit there and be their king. Little ones, kneel, kneel. The black bear spirit hurriedly shouted. Don't make the king angry, don't make the king angry. From now on, you are the king of my Black Wind Ridge. We won't be bullied by those little vultures anymore. Greetings, my king. The group of little demons hurriedly kneeled. Xiao Hua was very satisfied. He stood up from the stone chair and laughed. Black bear spirit, get up. I am a disciple of the Tao sect. How can I be the king of your Black Wind Ridge? I already said it clearly just now. This position is yours, not mine. I don't dare. The black bear spirit was very tactful. He hurriedly smiled. I am useless. I was originally the Black Wind Ridge's Black Wind Ridge King. But I saw that the position of Black Wind Ridge King was taken by King Wancho. I can't take it back. Also, I was bullied by a group of vultures. Now that the king helped me kill the vultures, I am deeply grateful to the king. I can't repay you. The position of king belongs to you. I don't dare to be the second head. I only want to be a little demon under the king. I can make a living in Black Wind Ridge. Come up. Xiao Hua stood up from the stone chair and said, I am not interested in being some mountain king. You can sit. My king, the black bear spirit kowtowed affectionately. Come up. Xiao Hua shouted, scaring the black bear spirit so much that he trembled. He was just about to get up, but halfway through, his gaze fell on the Herculean centipede on Xiao Hua's shoulder, and even Lu Yi and the others beside him. A feeling of enlightenment appeared in his heart. With a plop, the black bear spirit fell to the ground again. Displeasure appeared on Xiao Hua's face as he said coldly, Black bear spirit, do you know why this old man killed 2 bat monsters and didn't continue to kill you? The black bear spirit trembled slightly, but he still knelt down and said, I know. It's because I shouted when King Wancho was eating people. That's right. Xiao Hua nodded. Exactly. If it weren't for your voice, this old man wouldn't have let you live. Of course, this is only the most important reason. There is another important reason. When this old man saw you, what you were eating. Instead of killing all the demons in Black Wind Ridge and letting the demons of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock Ridge take over Black Wind Ridge, why don't I let you be the king of this place? Yes, I understand. The black bear spirit had already calmed down. He lowered his head and said, Then why didn't you come up? Xiao Hua didn't understand. The black bear spirit raised his head and looked at Xiao Hua. I know that I'm not a qualified king. My personality is weak and timid. Not to mention facing King Wancho, I didn't even dare to accept Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock's provocation. My Black Wind Ridge is the weakest of the 3 demons. If it weren't for Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock being wary of each other, with Black Wind Ridge between them, my Black Wind Ridge would have already been taken over by the 2 demons. Today, I saw that Old Master's methods are heavenly. I'm already tired of the days of taking over a mountain and being a king. I'm willing to be a guard for Old Master. As long as Old Master can teach me spells and ensure my safety. Ah? Xiao Hua was stunned. He looked at the black bear spirit in disbelief. He didn't think that this black bear spirit who didn't eat human flesh would have such a strange idea. Immortal Elder, seeing Xiao Hua stunned, how could Xiao Jian not know Xiao Hua's doubts? He suggested without hesitation, what the black bear spirit said is reasonable. He's the weakest. Today there's King Wancho, tomorrow there's King Qiancho, and what lion forest and what cloud-piercing mountain. He'll be killed sooner or later. This Black Wind Ridge will be someone else's sooner or later. Immortal Elder, don't you want to revive the sect? Then you must have a foothold. This Black Wind Ridge is the border of the 3 countries. Normal people wouldn't pay attention to it. Immortal Elder, why don't you use this place as a foothold first? Xiao Hua was somewhat hesitant. He understood that Xiao Jian had once been a monarch, so his vision and strategies were definitely stronger than his own. However, he wanted to have a foothold, but it was definitely not this Black Wind Ridge. If he used the place where demons gathered as the location of the sect, wouldn't he be shaming the sect for 10,000 years? Xiao Hua seemed to have never thought of this. Old Master. At this moment, a bear spirit with white fur walked out from behind the black bear spirit. He kowtowed and said, I know that Old Master wants to find a place with beautiful scenery and looks down on Black Wind Ridge. But according to what I know, the original Black Wind Ridge, no, the entire Black Wind Ridge wasn't like this. How do you know? Xiao Hua asked curiously. 1,000 years ago, when I was still young, I passed by here. At that time, this place was a beautiful place with birds chirping and mountains. Later on, I don't know what happened, but it became like this. That old bear spirit said with a trembling voice, If Old Master is willing, you can chase away all the demons from Lion Rock and Mo Yun Ridge and restore this place to its original state. Is there still a need to say? Xiao Jian laughed at the side. It must be you demons who came and ruined this place. Immortal Elder, if you have magic power, what this old demon said is also a path. Old Master. The black bear spirit shouted, whether you stay here or leave, I am willing to follow Old Master. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, how about this? You can be your king first. After this old man tests you for a few days, if you can, I will take you in as a gatekeeper? Yes, yes, the black bear spirit was overjoyed. He hurriedly kowtowed, thank you, Old Master. And you can come up. Xiao Hua pointed at the stone chair and said, this position is still yours. In the future, the matters of Black Wind Ridge will be the same as before. There is no need for any changes. All right, this old man will only change one rule for you guys. The black bear spirit walked up to the high platform. He did not dare to sit down and said respectfully, Old Master, please speak. Since you want to call this Xiao Old Master, then in the future, Black Wind Ridge cannot capture people, much less eat people. Xiao Hua pointed at the group of mortals beside him and said, hurry up and send these people out of Black Wind Ridge. Yes, this little one understands. The black bear spirit looked at the unhappy little demons below the high platform and said, since we are Old Master's disciples, we naturally have to stop eating meat. Actually, the meat of livestock is much more delicious than human meat. Old Master, please rest assured. Once this little one discovers that someone is secretly eating human meat, I will definitely kill them. Yes, this little one understands. At this moment, even though many of the little demons are unhappy, they do not dare to say anything. They all agreed in unison. Good, Xiao Hua nodded his head and looked around. Since you all have agreed, this Xiao will not be stingy. Not to mention restoring your Black Wind Ridge's previous prestige, in the future, I will definitely take down Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock. I will let you all live a carefree life here. Furthermore, in the future, when you all know the wonders of my Dao sex cultivation, this Xiao will also let you all obtain immortal fate. This little one thanks Old Master. The group of little demons all express their thanks in unison. However, in their hearts, whatever cultivation, whatever wonders, they do not care. Taking down Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock is what they like the most. Find a secluded place for this old man. Xiao Hua instructed, you handle the matters here yourself. If there is anything inappropriate, you can come and find me. Yes, Old Master. The black bear spirit is extremely respectful and sends Xiao Hua to a quiet cave. Then, Xiao Hua instructs the black bear spirit a few more words and gives the task of finding the murderers of Dao Shan and the other Taoists to the black bear spirit. The black bear spirit is very happy to hear Xiao Hua's instructions and leaves in high spirits. After the black bear spirit leaves, looking at the black bear spirit's so-called quiet cave, Xiao Hua does not know whether to laugh or cry. This place is indeed quiet and no noise can be heard. However, this cave is abnormally smelly. How can a person stay in a place like this? Taoist, this little one will clean it up. It will not take long. Lu Yi hurriedly said upon seeing this. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Forget it, we will not live here. Now that it is late, this old man will bring you all to find a spacious and bright place to rest for the night. After we finish our business tomorrow, we will find a clean place to open up the cave. Business? Lu Yi and the others do not know what Xiao Hua is talking about and do not dare to ask. They followed Xiao Hua out and temporarily found a place to rest. After waiting for Xiao Jian and the others to sleep, Xiao Hua released his soul sense. He is a bit puzzled. Not only did he find Xiao Jian and the others, he also killed the bat monsters of Black Wind Ridge. Why did Xiao Huang, Xiao He, and Xiao Silver not return? However, after a moment of investigation, he did not discover anything. Moreover, he did not feel any alarm in his heart, especially since the monsters of Black Wind Ridge can be dealt with by the God Power Centipede alone. The monsters of Lion Rock and Mo Yun Ridge are probably not that strong. Even if Xiao Huang and the others cannot defeat them, they can definitely escape. Therefore, the three little things are not in any danger. He simply closed his eyes and meditated, waiting for the three little things to return. Out of Xiaohua's expectations, the night quickly passed and he did not see any trace of the three little things. This made Xiaohua surprised. Xiao Jian and the others had long since woken up. They respectfully stood not far away, quietly waiting for Xiaohua to open his eyes. Xiaohua released his soul sense again, but still did not find any trace of Xiao Huang and the other two little things. When his soul sense swept over the cave of Black Wind Ridge, he saw that the black bear spirit had indeed sent away the captured mortals. He also obtained a lot of livestock from who knows where. The group of monsters were eating and drinking. The black bear spirit's face was full of worry. From time to time, he would look at the cave Xiaohua was in, as if he wanted to come over but did not dare. Chapter 3355. This black bear spirit is rather interesting, Xiaohua smiled. He opened his eyes and smiled at Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian, I need to trouble you with something. Senior. Xiao Jian hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. If you need anything, you can just tell me. How can this junior trouble you with anything? This Xiao saw that you once set up a stall to sell divination in Longevity Town. You have some understanding of feng shui. Xiaohua smiled. Now that Master Daoshan's corpse has not been buried, please find a place with excellent feng shui for Master Daoshan to rest in. Hearing this, Xiao Jian's face revealed a trace of awkwardness. He smiled and said, this junior does know some feng shui. If senior does not mind, this junior will help Master Daoshan find a place to gather dragons. As he spoke, Xiao Jian took out a palm-sized plate from his bosom. In the center of the plate, there was a suspended needle-like object. Around it, there were dozens of circles. As Xiao Jian muttered something, his feet started to move with some mysterious steps. After a while, Xiao Jian raised his head and pointed in a direction. Immortal Elder, the best feng shui tomb should be in that direction. Alright. Xiaohua waved his hand and a Pegasus flew out from the space. He said, ride the Pegasus and go find it. Yes, this junior understands. Xiao Jian got on the Pegasus. Xiaohua looked at Yuanya and Lu Yi. You guys get on too. When we bury Master Daoshan later, you guys should also kowtow a few times. Yes, this junior understands. Yuanya did not understand and simply agreed. Hearing this, Lu Yi was happy. This was clearly treating him as a disciple of the Dao sect. Xiao Jian sat on the Pegasus and pointed out directions from time to time. He turned left and right and wandered around Black Cloud Ridge. He actually did not go far. Fortunately, the more he went, the more remote it was. He did not see any small demons patrolling the mountain. Unknowingly, Xiaohua asked, Xiao Jian, it seems like your so-called excellent feng shui place should be in Black Cloud Ridge? Yes, senior. If I'm not mistaken, he should be in the Black Cloud Ridge. Xiao Jian nodded. What the old bear said makes sense. And Xiaohua nodded his head. Suddenly, he was slightly distracted, and a smile appeared on his face. He raised his eyes and looked to the left, only to see a black lightning, a yellow wind, and a beam of silver light. Three little things flew over from that direction at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Xiao Jian pointed at the three little ones and said, Senior, they should be over there. Xiaohua raised his brows and said thoughtfully, Then let's go there. As the Pegasus spread its wings, the two little things landed on Xiaohua's shoulder. Little silver fell into Xiaohua's hands. Lu Yi turned his head and looked at the three little things being intimate with Xiaohua. He was very envious. However, he didn't know that Little Yellow and Little Black were talking excitedly to Xiaohua. Even Little Silver, who was using its tail to wrap around Xiaohua's thumb, spat out a small shiny primordial stone from its mouth as if it was presenting a treasure. After flying for half a cup of tea's time, they saw a steep foothill. Although this foothill was also filled with black clouds, the gravel at the bottom of the foothill looked similarly dry. Moreover, there weren't any special plants on the foothill, only the black trees that were commonly seen in Black Cloud Ridge. Xiao Jian stopped, scratched his head, and said to Xiaohua with a bitter smile, Senior, this is the place with the best feng shui within 100 li radius. According to Junior's judgment, it should be the Rare Dragon Gathering Cave. However, Xiao Jian looked around and explained, however, this Black Cloud Ridge is filled with dangerous mountains and rivers, and there isn't any dragon-gathering cave at all. Moreover, if the old bear didn't say that this Black Cloud Ridge used to be a place with green mountains and clear waters, Junior wouldn't dare to look for a tomb here. At this time, Xiaohua had already put Little Yellow, Little Black, and the others into his space. With a smile on his face, he said confidently, "If you say it's a good tomb, then it's a good tomb. There shouldn't be any mistake." Xiao Jian let out a long sigh. He picked up the round plate again, jumped down from the Pegasus, and carefully inspected the surroundings. Xiaohua stood in the air with his eyes slightly narrowed. He raised his head and looked into the distance, as if he was thinking about something. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Jian finally found the tomb. He didn't dare to disturb Xiaohua, who was in the air, and ordered Yuan Ye and Lu Yi to dig it out. It didn't take long for the tomb to be dug out. Sigh, hearing Xiao Jian's call, Xiaohua withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked at the tomb that had already been arranged. With a wave of his hand, he invited Dao Shan's corpse out and respectfully placed it in the tomb. He sighed and said, "Great Master Dao Shan, you have done good deeds all your life, yet you ended up in such a state. The heavens are truly unfair. However, through your death, this Xiao has clearly seen the dangers of this world. This Xiao knows the pros and cons of the Dao sect's decline. This can also be considered a warning from the heavens. Therefore, your death is not a goose feather, but a mountain. Your death will bring about the rise of the entire Dao sect in the hidden immortal continent. You can rest in peace here. When our Dao sect is reorganized, this Xiao will come and pay respects to the great master." After saying that, Xiaohua raised his hand. Yuan Ye and Lu Yi carefully scattered the soil and other things, covering Great Master Dao Shan's corpse. At this time, Great Master Dao Shan's hand was still strangling his neck. Xiaohua didn't take it off. Seeing that Dao Shan's corpse was buried in the soil, Yuan Ye found a square stone from afar. Xiaohua inserted it into the small tomb and used his hand to write the words, Dao Shan's tomb. "Lu." Xiaohua stood up and said in a low voice, "In the future, you will be our Dao sect's disciple. Right now, no one is kowtowing to Great Master Dao Shan. You will kowtow to him on behalf of this old man and our Dao sect." "Yes, this Junior understands." Lu Yi thought about the dozens of Dao sect's disciples that he saw that day were all killed by someone. His expression was also heavy. He walked forward and knelt on the ground and said, "Senior Dao Shan, I'm afraid that your disciples are all accompanying you in the underworld. You won't be lonely. This Junior is still not a Dao sect's disciple. However, Taoist elders said that in the future, disciples can join the Dao sect. Disciple will kowtow to the great master. I hope that you will bless our Dao sect to rise and prosper forever." After speaking, Lu Yi was about to kowtow. Yuan Ye, who was beside him, hurriedly rushed over and kowtowed 9 times like Lu Yi without saying a word. Sigh, Xiaohua looked at the two of them with gratification. He took out the old jade tablet from his bosom and said with a sigh, "Seven Suns Temple no longer exists. This is the only thing left. Seeing how that Jiang Wenhao treasured it, it might be useful." "Senior." Xiao Jian was a bit embarrassed. He also wanted to kowtow to Dao Shan, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. When he heard Xiaohua take out the jade tablet, he hurriedly said, "The jade tablet is something that the ministers of the imperial court hold in their hands when they meet the king. It usually records some things that they want to report. If this item is valued by a Confucian cultivator, there must be something fishy about it. And this old man thinks so too. However, I don't have time to check it out." Xiaohua slowly nodded. He looked at Xiao Jian and said, "Let's go. Once this matter is settled, we will first open up a simple cave. This old man wants to see the origin of this jade tablet. You should take this opportunity to consume the heaven-mending pill. This old man will protect you from the side." Xiao Jian's face was filled with excitement. He bowed and said, "Senior, please wait a moment. This Junior will help Senior find a place with excellent feng shui to open up a cave." Xiaohua was secretly startled. He looked at Dao Shan's tombstone with some thought. He then looked at Xiao Jian and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing Xiao Hua hesitate, Xiao Jian immediately understood. He hurriedly explained, "Senior, you misunderstood. Finding a dragon-gathering cave is different from finding a place to open a cave. Don't be impatient, don't be impatient." Xiao Hua understood a little. He smiled and said, "This Black Cloud Ridge doesn't belong to my Dao sect for the time being. It is already not bad to be able to find a place for Master Dao Shan to bury his bones. This old man's intention is to temporarily find a place to cultivate in the Black Wind Ridge. We will talk about it later." "Yes, this junior understands. I will listen to senior's instructions." Xiao Jian could only give up. When everyone returned to the Black Wind Ridge, the Black Bear spirit was already waiting outside the demon residence. When he saw the Pegasus land, he hurriedly went forward to pay his respects. "You can get up." How could Xiao Hua not know what the Black Bear spirit was thinking? He raised his hand to signal him to get up and said, "Now that the Black Wind Ridge has just landed in your hands, the most important thing should be to properly control the Black Wind Ridge and be a good Black Wind King. After your foundation is stable, this old man will help you destroy Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock. My human race has an old saying, haste makes waste. Do you understand?" "Not at all, not at all." When the Black Bear spirit heard this, he hurriedly waved his hand. He actually said anxiously, "Old Master has misunderstood this little one." This little one just suddenly remembered that Old Master is an immortal who loves cleanliness. The place that this little one brought Old Master to last night, although it was clean, that was this little one's own thoughts. I'm afraid it could not enter Old Master's eyes. This little one went to pay respects to Old Master early this morning and discovered that Old Master was actually not around. This little one did not dare to use my essence perception to search for Old Master's whereabouts. I thought that Old Master had left the Black Wind Ridge in anger, so I waited here. Now that Old Master has returned, I am just happy. This old man is rather gratified that you have such thoughts." Xiao Hua was also surprised when he heard this. He looked up and down at the Black Bear spirit and smiled. "Old Master, are you going to find a place to stay?" The Black Bear spirit smiled and said, "This little one will instruct the boys to help Old Master open the residence." "There is no need." How could Xiao Hua allow a group of demons to contaminate the abode that he used for cultivation? He waved his hand and said, "This old man has his own methods." Yes, Old Master's dermic powers are heavenly. This little one understands." The Black Bear spirit was really respectful toward Xiao Hua. Then, Xiao Hua released his divine perception and roughly looked around. At a high point in the Black Wind Ridge, he found a place with sufficient sunlight and released a few puppets, allowing them to open the mountain and set up the residence. A few huge puppets easily chiseled open the hard stone walls. In their eyes, the stone walls were like tofu. Not only was Xiao Jian shocked, even the Black Bear spirit was flabbergasted. Chapter 3356. Black Bear, you should go and do your own things. First stabilize your own forces, then investigate the movements of the other two families. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "If there's anything you don't understand, come and ask Xiao Jian." "Yes, Master." Hearing Xiao Hua call him Black Bear, the Black Bear spirit was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed and said, "This little one has already arranged for the clever children to go to Copper Pillar Country to investigate the whereabouts of those people. I believe there will be news soon. As for Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock, it's nothing. There's no need to rush. As long as Master has the time, won't it be easy? This Black Cloud Ridge will definitely belong to Master." "Ah." Xiao Hua laughed and pointed at the Black Bear spirit. "It's easy for you to say that, but in reality, you don't even know what Black Cloud Ridge is like. You all, and including Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock, are just decorations for others." "Master, what do you mean?" The Black Bear spirit was shocked and said anxiously, "Why can't this little one understand? You don't need to know so much." Xiao Hua laughed. "You are now the Black Wind King of Black Cloud Ridge. In the future, you will also be the Black Wind King of Black Cloud Ridge. Why do you care so much?" "Yes, Master is right. This little one is just a gatekeeper for Master. I don't need to know anything else. The black bear spirit patted his head and said with a smile, "This little one will go back now. In the future, I will come to pay my respects to Master every day. If there's anything inappropriate, I will come and ask Taoist Xiao." "You don't need to come every day," Xiao Hua hurriedly said. "If there's anything, I will naturally call you over." "Yes, Master." The black bear spirit respectfully kowtowed and then left obediently. "Senior." After the black bear spirit had walked far away, Xiao Jian narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "This black bear spirit looks honest and sincere, but in reality he is using you. One should not have the intention to harm others, but one should always be vigilant. You must be careful and not fall into his trap." "Ha, I know what I'm doing." Xiao Hua nodded. He stretched out his hand and took out a jade slip. He was just about to write something, but after thinking for a moment, he stopped and said, "Xiao Jian, sit down cross-legged and close your eyes. Don't resist. I'll tell you some of the taboos when taking the Heaven Mend pill. Your divine sense is limited, so it should be difficult for you to read the jade slips. This old man will tell you directly." Yes, Xiao Jian couldn't help but get excited again. He quickly closed his eyes and sat down. Xiao Hua pointed his finger at Xiao Jian's forehead, and a bright light flashed. Xiao Hua's voice echoed in Xiao Jian's ears, "Take your time to comprehend it. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask." Xiao Jian did not dare to be negligent. He quickly nodded ferociously. Just like Lu Yi in the past, he started to carefully comprehend, ignoring everything in the outside world. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed. He had told Xiao Jian the way to take the heaven-mending pill and its taboos so that he could be at ease. He did not want him to directly experience it here. Seeing that the opening of the abode was about to be exhausted, there was no need for him to be in a hurry outside this abode, right? However, Xiao Hua also understood Xiao Jian's urgency. He glanced at Yuan Ye and said, "You wait here for your master. Don't let others disturb him." "Yes, immortal elder." Yuan Ye waved the demonic hammer in his hand and obediently stood in front of Xiao Jian, acting as a guard. Xiao Hua looked at Lu Yi and asked faintly, "Many things have happened in one day and one night. Do you have any comprehension?" Lu Yi was slightly stunned. He carefully said, "Taoist elder, every person is subject to misfortune and fortune. No matter if it is vitality stones or pills, one must be alive to enjoy them. Last night's matter, whether it was Zhai Xing Lu or Seven Suns Temple, they all made this little one very emotional. However, if we are talking about comprehension, this little one feels that compared to what I have seen in the past, it is only slightly magnified." Xiao Hua laughed involuntarily. That's right, Lu Yi's growth environment was different from his, and it was also different from ordinary cultivators. The matter of Seven Suns Temple was not a small shock to him, but for Lu Yi, who was used to seeing darkness, perhaps it was nothing. There was no need for him to let him learn anything. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua said again, "Now, this old man has finally settled down for the time being. However, this old man will not stay in hidden immortal continent for too long. You also have to take advantage of this opportunity to practice more. If you can refine Qi a step earlier and step into Taoism a step earlier, this old man will be able to better you." "Yes, this little one understands." Lu Yi hurriedly replied, "This little one is currently comprehending the cultivation method that Taoist elder gave me. If there is anything that I don't understand, I will definitely trouble Taoist elder." And Xiao Hua nodded. In the end, he looked at Yuan Ye, who was standing beside Xiao Jian loyally, and sighed slightly. There was no other way. Xiao Jian did not relent. Xiao Hua could not accept another person's disciple as his own. "Forget it, I will let the green-robed primordial spirit look through the jade slips. Perhaps there is some hammer technique. It is also good to give it to Yuan Ye." Xiao Hua and the others waited for a while before the puppets finished opening up the cave. Xiao Hua did not need to make any arrangements. The entire cave was divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer was used as a place to receive guests. It was about 100 feet in size. The second layer was a quiet room for Lu Yi, Xiao Jian, and Yuan Ye. The innermost layer was Xiao Hua's quiet room, which was about 100 feet in size. Xiao Hua did not set up a pill room, herb garden, and so on that were commonly used in Taoism cultivators' cave residences. Perhaps it would not be too late to set them up when he accepted a disciple and someone needed them. It was even to the extent that Xiao Hua might have left Black Cloud Ridge before that time. Xiao Hua hurriedly gave a few instructions and entered the inner cave, leaving all the chores to Lu Yi and the others. Xiao Hua entered the inner cave. With a wave of his hand, he took out the jade talisman of the capital star formation and protected the inner cave. Then he patted his forehead and released the Buddha Saraira. Xiao Hua was very surprised by the strange phenomenon that occurred at the Seven Suns Temple. He did not know why his Buddha Saraira appeared there. Just like before, when the Buddha Saraira just came out of the Naiwan Palace, it did not even appear in the air. Bursts of Sanskrit chants resounded and layers of heavenly flowers scattered down. One after another, beautiful and graceful fairies appeared in the air. At the same time, a fierce hurricane appeared out of nowhere, making the entire space somewhat unstable. Along with the Sanskrit chants and the heavenly flowers, the Buddha Saraira's eyes opened almost uncontrollably. It gradually looked into the distance. That indescribable benevolence and unparalleled pressure came from the direction the Buddha Saraira was looking at. Under this pressure, the capital star formation gradually collapsed. It could no longer conceal the Buddhist light of the Buddha Saraira. What's going on? Xiao Hua knew that his cultivation base had yet to recover, so he couldn't show off too much. This Black Cloud Mountain range was far from the Black Cloud Mountain range that the Black Bear spirit knew of. He absolutely couldn't attract the attention of others, especially Confucian cultivators. While feeling puzzled, Xiao Hua had no choice but to put the Buddha Saraira back into his Naiwan palace. Following a flash of golden light from the innate divine restriction outside his Naiwan palace, the entire inner palace no longer had the aura of the Buddha Saraira. All the strange phenomena disappeared in an instant just like before. Xiao Hua was deeply puzzled. But then his heart suddenly jumped. Oh no! He seemed to have thought of something. What else could it be? In the Eye of the West Sea, not only did I obtain the Fire Dragon's soul, but I also obtained the Vairocana Buddha's edict. This Buddha's relic used the Vairocana Buddha's edict in the exquisite Dayan Pagoda to cultivate the exquisite Heart Sutra. How could the Buddhist Lord of the Western Paradise not know about the strange changes in the Sea Eye of the West Sea? The strange phenomena of the Buddha Saraira should be related to the Buddhist edict, right? Forget it, I shouldn't take this Buddha Saraira out to show off in the future. Now that I have psychokinesis, this body of mine can also use the Buddha seal. I'll find a remote place where it's not easy to be discovered. Then, I'll take out the Buddha relic and see if it's because of the Buddha's edict. After thinking, Xiao Hua took out the jade tablet from the Seven Suns Temple. When he was outside the cave, he had already used his spiritual will to check it out. There was nothing strange about it, and it was obviously not a Dao sect magic item. He was afraid that it did not match what Xiao Jian said. When Xiao Hua took a closer look, the surface of the jade tablet was slightly rough. It was not as shiny as an ordinary jade. Furthermore, the rough lines seemed to be natural and were not talisman scripts. There were even some spots on the jade tablet. Although they were not very eye-catching, it was obvious that the quality of this jade was not very good. If this jade tablet was placed in the Seven Suns Temple and was not taken away by Jiang Wenhao, Xiao Hua might not care. He would definitely bury this jade tablet together with Dao Shan. However, since Jiang Wenhao took it and even thought of hiding this item when he provoked the Imperial Academy, Xiao Hua would definitely be suspicious of the origin and use of this item. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Hua activated his remaining true essence and cast a few spells that didn't consume much magic power onto the jade amulet in the air. The jade amulet was like a stone. After a few flashes of brilliance, it didn't move again. Following which, Xiao Hua flicked his finger and a streak of vital energy shot out. It turned into sword aura and hit the jade tablet. The jade tablet rolled a few times before falling down. It was still as plain and simple as before. Damn it! Xiao Hua frowned. He did know a few spells that were slightly more powerful, but his mana was not enough to support it. Maybe I can only wait until I return from there. Xiao Hua sighed. He grabbed the jade tablet and it landed in his hand. He was about to keep it in his space. However, when Xiao Hua's gaze landed on the few spots on the jade tablet, he felt a little bewildered in his heart. These spots are a little strange. Although the Seven Suns Monastery is in dire straits now, they bought the entire western Conch Ridge back then. They still have some money. Even if they wanted to make a jade tablet, they would not use such a low-grade jade tablet, right? As he thought, Xiao Hua closed his eyes. A silver-white radiance flashed out from between his brows like a ripple. The Illusion Breaker Dharma Eye imprint gradually opened. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.